I haven't even moved my title yet.
Cool.
That is that is the level of greatness that I strive for. I've started streaming even before any other human achievement has taken place. Lance running is a very specific and very predicated punish. Like, you need to prepare the punish before it can be effective. It has been useful against me in the past. I'm sure that it could be useful to me again. Edit stream info. Let's see. What should my title be? The
A live game.
The light in the sky is not the sun. Done.
Okay, nice. You're very creative.
Thank you. I just took a Whitey album and it changed, like 4 words. So, Lance Charge is a very fast punish. If they don't notice your positioning and notice your lance in your hand.
That's the thing. So, I should use that to threaten a roll and then punish the roll. That's what I should do.
If people roll directly away, you can very often punish with the lance charge. It's more frequent in that case, yeah.
So that's okay. That's what I was doing wrong. Is that every time I would go for a lance running R1, I would just. I would try to trick them a little bit with like the timing of it, but that's it. Like I've never like gone up with the lance and then switched to another weapon to catch the roll or anything. I think that's what I should practice right there.
Okay, that's a good. Yeah.
I don't know. Have you seen anyone do that?
I think definitely. I've definitely been punished like that before as well. So like it's not something that you're going to see as outside of the game. It's just that once people know that you're using a lance, they will start strafing more and making it harder to hit the full lance charge. And if you have a lance charge which hits fewer than the total number of attacks that lances hit,
They can just trade with me.
Yeah, they will trade, they can punish. It's a very punishable attack.
That is exactly why I should not even bother with Lance.
Well, Lance is great, though. It's a really good study.
It is great. It forces your opponent to change your behavior at minimum. You got to strafe a lot. You got to avoid them from getting a opportunity to get the full hit on you.
Yeah.
I think you can still trick them, for sure. Tommy used to kill me like that a lot.
The real Tommy? Wow.
I can't tell if you're being serious.
No, I am, actually.
The real Tommy.
Tommy's a celebrity. That name means so much in today's community. You have no idea. Well, I mean, you probably have an idea.
Yeah, he was,
Yeah.
Tommy was the best, for sure. One of the best, whatever.
Tommy punished everyone with lance charge. I only really have this, vague memory. Drinky. I only really have this vague memory of Tommy. I don't think I ever dealt damage to him when I was starting out, so there's that. Or maybe I'm not even thinking of Tommy. I could have been thinking of a different Mary Poppins. Now that I know that there were multiple Mary Poppins.
I've seen a lot of forms of Tommy, a lot of different characters. And one of the ones that I remember, most recent, I guess, even though it was years ago, he had this character that just had a fuck ton of numbers. I don't remember all the numbers. Anyway, that was the character that I remember the most, or that I encountered the most in the arena, because the game was had already decreased in the player base, so I was matching with him more frequently.
I would not even remember that. I feel like the last time that I fought Tommy was in 2016. And that may have been the year of the first time that I fought Tommy as well. Like, I have no idea. What is my favorite cactus? The kind that makes peyote. I kind of want to look it up, but I'm not gonna. You better be glad. Yeah, Drinky would have thrashed Tommy. The real Drinky in the flesh. Would have become the Tommy killer. This isn't... It seems like an uninfused IR gamer.
The cactus is referred to as peyote.
Wait, all cactuses are peyote?
No, the peyote cactus is referred to as peyote.
Oh.
You want to hear the scientific name?
Yeah.
Alright, let's see if I can pronounce it. Hold on, I'm going to practice with my mute button on.
Okay, buddy.
Lophophora williamson.
I liked it. I've never had peyote, but it is one of my life goals.
I haven't either. My mom has told me about it. She really liked it.
She liked peyote. That's good.
Really liked. She recommends it.
Really? That's
I just haven't had an opportunity myself to try it.
beaming. Actually pretty cool. It is a psychedelic, you're right. It is one of those. Let me close the stream. I've been stealing music from Sasha. So.
That's what you call stream sniping right there.
Hello. All of their music away. Hello? Welcome to the stream?
Are you streaming?
Yeah.
Oh, I have no idea.
I just started, so that's okay. I'm fighting Orpheus in arena 1,000,000 times. This guy has Havel's armor on. What is up with that?
Oh, I'm loading in the stream thing. Or just put like a gram of salt on my chicken fried rice.
Nice.
What's going on?
We
were just talking about Tommy as well as elemental damage.
Yeah. So pick one of those two topics and we'll keep going on it.
Oh geez, you are loud. I need to turn you down.
Alright, testing. Is that better?
A little, yeah.
Alright. I might have talked pretty loud when I first spoke up as well. Yeah, pick the topic, dude. What do you want to talk about? Elemental damage or Tommy?
Who's Tommy?
It's just a legend of the game of Dark Souls 2. Most notably for his PvP play. I said a second ago that he could beat anybody for sure. He's one of the best.
I'm not aware of this lore.
And I appreciated it even more so because I believe he's a North American player, so we got a pretty good connection.
I think so. Why do you believe that he's one of the best? I want to talk about that.
I know that he was as good as some other players that I regarded as the best of the best.
Yeah.
Because of the way the best of nines would go, I could tell that they were pretty much just as good. And it was a lot of times just like a take a health and decided to fight.
Who do you think is the best player, Craig?
I don't need to think that there is one. The strongest player that I faced was Apollo. ever.
You believe he's legit?
I mean, I don't believe that he isn't. So there's
No,
no like evidence to suggest, like hard evidence that suggests that he isn't. I feel like there is a reasonable counter argument to his legitimacy, but I also think that like none of the evidence that is present in the community or in like the surrounding areas of the community, like none of that shit is good evidence. Like you can get better evidence if you're trying. Every piece of evidence that I've seen is just like wrong. So I feel like the perspective that Apollo is cheating is cope. I think it's just like people protecting their fucking egos for losing to this Russian player who's
I remember.
Go ahead.
Oh, you're fighting this guy, Christ.
I love Anto Killa.
I'm not a fan. But Apollo, I think my first interaction with like PSE players, like tryhard players, it was Piss. Like Piss found me in Arena, and I think I added him and shit. We ended up going to Blue and playing, and then it eventually, like, we did a bunch of duels. He eventually invited me into the event Discord, but before that, he brought up Apollo out of like nowhere and was like hard super vouching that he's actually a legit good player. And then once I got into the event server, whenever Apollo would come up, every single person who would like talk about Apollo said he was cheating.
I remember that. Yeah, that era was weird. I mean, like, not only like okay. Everyone would have some sort of topic to dogpile on. Like, I never had the experience of really going into Anodyne between like 2017, 18, 19, I don't know. God,
1920.
Such a blur. Yeah, 1920. I was not there. But I would have friends who would be interested in DS2, and I'd be like, oh, just join Anodyne, they probably have resources or something. And like, one of the first things that they would observe is like, wow, these people talk shit about you nonstop, but like the first thing that they link is your spreadsheet. Like, that was my interactions with Anodyne for a long time. Just like having friends that I introduced to the game, like, wow, these fuckers do not stop, do they?
Yeah, I remember like in the, because I had the spreadsheet before I think it might have been Perp that sent me it, but I had the spreadsheet before I even got on PC. So I do remember really liking the spreadsheet, and I realized it was Crag's spreadsheet because it said made by Crag.
Yeah.
And by the time I got on in the DS2 event server, people would like whenever people would shit talk Crag, I'm like, they made the spreadsheet. I mean, that's pretty good stuff. I think the spreadsheets are good. Why are you shit talking it? That was always like, it always felt weird when people would shit talk you, because it was actually I thought the spreadsheet was just legit good. I still do.
Yeah.
I think it's good. I think for like I know you've said you don't think it's like you think it's got problems, but I think as an introduction, it's one of the best resources.
Which spreadsheet are we talking about? My bad.
The comprehensive guide to DS2 PvP. Well, there's also the digestible guide, which I made after the fact, but
they're both the spreadsheet.
They're both
eyes.
the spreadsheet. Yeah, I'm making a third the spreadsheet
Second to none.
right now.
That's
pretty good.
I want to check it out. Yeah.
Yeah,
My
I think,
slapping news.
like, if you have played, if you're familiar with Dark Souls, like how the controls work, and like and you have done some amount of PvP, but you want to get tryhard, I think the Crag sheets are easily the best resource to do that with. Like, hands down. It is the most it's comprehensive. It's got everything you need to get started.
Yeah.
And if that's what you were going for, then I think you succeeded
Yeah.
by leaps and bounds, in my opinion.
mentioned this a few times, but like what I wanted to do when I first made it, I was not good at the game. I was not even like trying to be good.
Mhm.
I was sharing things that the community decided were important. 50 vigor, like these were things, everything in that spreadsheet was just some shit that you would find in a Twitch stream somewhere.
Yeah.
And that was the only location that you could find that information.
Yeah.
It was so crazy to me that all of it was so tucked away and like hidden.
So I think, I'm quite thankful for the spreadsheets.
Mhm.
I think almost every time I've been in a call with you, I brought it up. I am indeed, I am a crag sheet simp.
Crag saved the game.
Fuck. Craig saved the game.
True.
There are a lot of players who got here without it, or like who became PC active players without the spreadsheet, and I can sort of respect those avenues of approach, right?
Right.
But there's like
I think one unsung aspect of the spreadsheet is that you can let people get competent at the game without having to deal with the community.
Yeah, that's a good fucking point.
Like, someone can be completely inoculated from all the shit that goes in this and still be competent at the game because of the spreadsheet. you have almost certainly made players who can play unlocked and can go toe-to-toe with you even, and have never heard of who Gods is.
That's a actually really good thought for me. Oh god. You redeemed a cat boop in my chat? Cat boop. Does
Me?
Apollo stream anymore? I don't think Apollo does. I am not getting slapped by noobs. So far, holy fucking shit. Thank you, Sig. See, I thought you were done with DS2. I thought that you were completely out of it.
Woody.
I
If
thought
True
I'd
Woody
never
gifted
see
that.
you again.
Weird
Oh.
Signal didn't sub. True Woody gifted a sub to Weird Signal.
Thank you for mentioning that. Thanks, Woody.
You're welcome. It was random, by the way.
It was
I
random.
didn't specifically give that to
Well, now you
Rick.
have to stay in Dark
That's
Souls too. You have to do it. You have to backstab people with your Gurm Great Axe even more times. GG.
I think that's probably the best part of the spreadsheet is you created players who are good and have no idea who Gods is.
That
I think that's the most net good thing that came out of the spreadsheet.
that's the best thing that I've learned all week. Just actually.
I'm laughing at that, but I don't understand it. Can you help me understand?
Okay, well, have you seen Gods?
Yeah, I know. I understand God's like personality, behavior, etc.
Uh-huh.
And I understand that God has been around the game for a while and knows a lot
Mhm.
about it. So I guess the thought is just that we'd be left with gods if it weren't for Crag.
Kind of.
mean, like, What the people I'm talking about, we don't even know. Like, they're just not part of this community. They're just good at the game and don't interact with us at all. That's my point. Like, there are people who almost surely have gotten decent at this game and did not touch this community, this, like, insulated, weird-ass community at all.
Right.
And so I use Gods as an example of that, because if you're in this community at all, you know who Gods is at this point. Because fucking everyone talks about him. He's like... it's like the fucking shadow looming over the DS2 community.
There's other shadows, but yeah, I hear you.
A specter is haunting Dark Souls 2. The specter of gods.
I've seen many shadows looming. Oh my gosh, when I talk, your character opens its mouth.
Really? Can you do it again?
I am talking.
Oh my god, I think you're right. think about all the new players who didn't have to experience the dumpster. I liked the dumpster. I feel sad that it's defunct, but I also understand that it is. I feel like a lot of my memories are just like rosy. You know, I feel like they're rose-tinted glasses.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna program up a neural network, do some machine learning with it, so that it recognizes your voice crack, and that'll only make the little character talk when you're talking.
I like that it talks when I press my keyboard down.
It's saying B button. Attack button. Did you just use CE? What was your character doing?
This isn't CE. I pressed A.
It's on keyboard.
I pressed
So she just-
A and D over and over again.
Yeah, she's on keyboard, so it's digital input. She can go back really fast between the two.
That looks freaking awesome.
I'm almost certain it doesn't show up that way on the opponent's screen.
It doesn't. You're right.
It gets like lost and like it looks a lot smoother on the opponent's screen.
Yeah, character movement only sends a little at a time between clients.
That's why sometimes you get stuck on each other and then they warp past you. At least I assume.
Kind of. The real, like, impact is that Warp's two-handed running gets fucky. Because they ski. It interpolates two different positions, assuming that you are between them.
I'm talking about
But-
like
like-
now that I think about to describe it, I think I'm wrong. But anyways, I was talking about like when someone tries to walk past you, but on your screen, you're in their way,
Yeah,
but on their
that's
screen
STD.
it wasn't. So they just get caught by each other. That's just ping, not stuff about character movement.
No, yeah, that's STD. That is stuff about character movement. It's a little bit like there's another mechanic involved there. Suspended transform desync is like a real thing, and you can use that for tech. But like what I'm talking about is like the skiing that your character does between positions. So like if you do this attack, you're moving really fast from point A to point B. And the netcode makes it so that your position is generalized between those 2 points. So you may on your screen be at point B, but you'll really look like you're at point A, point 5 on your opponent's screen. So like that's why it's so hard to space warped two-handed running or like curved sword two-handed running.
If I was designing the game, I would simply made it better.
That used to be Lyrical Assassin's favorite game. Getting people with running attacks with the curved sword, two-handed running.
I wish I remembered that. My memory of Lear is very tinged by his like later days in DS2.
I've actually, I kind of lost touch with Lear before that happened. Although somehow weirdly I'm aware of it. I don't know. I must have some vague memory of seeing one of his later streams. I don't know.
Signal, if you know of a way to fix this problem, please let us know. I think we might.
Other VTubers do that, like in the collab streams, they both have their own talking heads that's connected to their stuff.
Jake was cooler. You fucker. I hate you, Drinky.
Jake. I don't know who Jake or Benji are.
Or maybe their Signal is saying that that he wants to join us in the voice chat.
If you know of another talking head, then just give them this link.
Signal said they were on. Yeah, Signal just said they wanted to join the call.
Yeah, if you know some other sort of talking head, just join this Discord link because we Dark Souls here. We head talk. Yeah, I have communicated with Lear, Benji, Barbie Boy 2 in recent years. Like, he just sort of showed up to one of my Minecraft streams, and like we talked about life and living and like humor. And I wish I remembered a lot of that stuff, but I do not.
That's Jake or Benji, sorry.
Benji Boy. Jake was Benji's like roommate or something, or like good friend that he allowed onto the account. Like, they made an account together called Egg Priest very briefly, and I think that was the account that he dueled Legu on, but I could be wrong.
You have nice positioning right before you're gonna hit people with that curved sword in your offhand. Like, you're always like on the right side of them, so you're threatening with that attack.
Nice. I didn't even realize that.
I guess you just did it twice in that fight. Is why I said that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Cool.
It makes sense because, like, if you're right up next to someone and your cursor is in your left hand, your attack box is going to hit your left side first, right?
And I really love dual wielding this game.
Mm-hmm.
I think, like, I would not play this game if it was not for dual. Like, I would not have played this game as much as I did if it wasn't for dual wielding. Like, I think that's one thing that really makes me not want to play Dark Souls 3 is the fact that they gutted dual wielding.
Yeah.
I think making power stancing like only for certain weapons was good, because honestly, I don't think power stancing is that great, and making it good would make too many combinations just broken, and not fun to play against. So I think Dark Souls 3 limiting that to certain weapons like Goddard's or the curved sword one, I forget the name, the mercenary twin blade, I think it was, right?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, there's like a couple different twin swords. There's like the...
Yeah, I think making power stancing just for those was good.
Mm-hmm.
I would, but I don't think that making it go back to Dark Souls 1 dual wielding was a good idea. I think that really hurt the game's, like, the combat's expressiveness, creativity, that kind of thing.
Hey, Happity, by the way. Hi, welcome to the stream.
Is there,
I agree
like,
with you.
are there, like, I can't really think of any power stance move sets in this game. Like, if you had a dual wield set, right? And you had to make the exclusive choice between having your left hand's normal move set or having its power stance move set. I feel like in every situation where you aren't just holding the same weapon in both hands, that it's better to have the non-power stance set.
A lot of the time, that's correct.
Obviously, it's good to switch sometimes, and like being able to switch is nice for situational punishes. But if you are locked into either of them, I think then not power stancing would be good almost every time.
Hey, Jessa. Welcome to the stream, buddy. I agree with you. I think that, like... Well, the game has a lot of mechanics involved in chain attacks, right? So, like, if I do this, it's slower than doing it after a offhanded R1. And there's, like, different modifiers for... There's different modifiers for, what changes what.
Fucking great quiz.
Oh, they're mix-upping me. I'm getting mixed up. Alright. Your move, buddy. Mix me up. Not quite. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it just sort of ends there. Like, the web of chain attacks is so strong and so varied that just, like, there's no way to classify a weapon based on its own merit. Like, you have to classify it plus another weapon to even begin to start a tier list. Which is kind of why I think that the tier lists, like, the tier lists up until this point have failed.
Yeah, I think dual wielding makes for a really nice, complex, and combat system where each weapon has its own kind of niche, and it's really and the success of an item really depends on what else you pair it with, and with that it allows a lot of niche for weapons to have the spotlight.
Yeah.
Because if a weapon only has like a couple good moves and the rest are decent, mediocre, right? you can have another weapon that fleshes out the rest of that space. So like, oh, you have a spear. It might not be super great with keep tracking people around you. So you have an axe in your left hand, and you can just track anywhere they are around you.
Yeah.
So, and for the most part in that build, you'd mostly be using the spear, unless you're mixing up the axe. So, I think the axe is perfectly good on its own. That's just an example where dual wielding changes the role of a weapon entirely. And I think that's a really interesting metagame that I wish would be developed in the game more. Not metagame, but more like ecosystem.
Yeah.
What's the faster attack? Dagger R1 or a warp sword R1?
I would assume dagger.
It's dagger. Warped is actually very close to other curved sword R1s. It's just very slightly faster.
Yeah, and it don't combo. It's one-handed R1 doesn't combo, since it does the second hit first.
Right,
it doesn't have
right.
enough, so it doesn't have enough hits done for its own second hit to go through.
That means the mannequin sword definitely combos.
Yeah, the mannequin sword and definitely combos.
Definitely with a capital D.
GG, that was me. Kill Sasha. Thanks, Drinky. I'm glad that you believe in me.
This was on the topic. Oh, sorry. You go.
Oh, yeah, quick question. Yeah, quick question. You know, emphasis on the quick. Are quick attacks from spears reactable?
Probably. I mean, probably not for me, but there's probably a human that can react to it.
So are you saying it might be faster than the dagger R1?
Dagger R1 shouldn't be reactable, should it? Or what's the millisecond counter on that?
13 frames is 13 frames is how fast the average person needs to react to visual stimuli. I think it's like 9 or 10 frames for audio stimuli.
Okay.
Well, with Dark Souls 2 players, we can beat that.
So I guess it depends on the frame count of the weapon plus the ping.
The ping is the key.
Is that how that would actually?
No.
You can dodge it on your screen though, so the ping shouldn't matter because you get them to animate and then you dodge, right?
Yeah.
But it's fucky. You still have to dodge early if they're laggy.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't fully understand how ping works when someone is actually really laggy, because sometimes it's like it breaks my preconceived understanding of it when someone's like especially bad. But
yeah,
part of me wants to just chalk that up to like something like packet loss or whatever the hell. But the fact is, I have no understanding of how any of that shit works. So I'm just kind of talking out my ass at that point.
Well, I'm not going to claim to be an expert here, but my opinion on when people are super laggy is I agree with you. I get totally confused too, but like the reason in my brain, the reason I'm confused is because they're so far, like the latency is just so high that I've done like a couple of or a few things, and they've done a few things before I'm actually seeing what they do. And compared to when I'm playing a normal game, it's just like one thing. So when it gets to that point, it's just like 3 times the scale of the latency. It's hard to understand what the fuck's going on.
You know those fights you have where there's like a 20-second delay and like it's not really a fight so much as trying to hit the other person's shadow as much before the other one can hit yours? I always wonder what exactly it looks like on the other player's screen when you kill them. Are they still like does it say? I wonder if it ever actually gets mismatched, where it looks like on their screen they killed you, and on your screen you killed them.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think so.
I wonder if that
I
happens.
mean, I felt that way before.
You have to send your own death and your own damage to them. So, like, if your damage takes place on their end and they send their death first, then they'll never receive your death because they just haven't dealt that much damage to you. If you imagine it like 2 books being read at the same time, like you imagine that there are 2 books that are fighting each other, like I hit you with an R1, you hit me with an R1. Like no matter how disparate the stories are, they can only ever have one ending. So like your book has 3 R1s in it and then you die. That's all you get to do. You don't get to like kill the person and then they kill you, because that doesn't make any sense. They would have to kill you after they died on their end.
But it's like so I don't know. I'm having a hard time mapping it out in my head.
Mm-hmm. You can kill each other at the same time on both ends. So like they kill you first on your end, which means that you get the defeat screen, but like on their end you're still alive, and they die and they get the defeat screen.
So what about in those situations where it's so laggy it looks like the other person's frozen, right?
Okay.
I assume that goes for both the thing, where it's like they kind of like flinch when you hit them, but they don't go into poise break and they don't move.
Yeah, I know what
at
you're
all.
talking about.
And I assume that happens both ways. And in that situation, both people just fucking wail on each other and do enough damage to kill. And
Yeah.
then when the game snaps back and plays it all back, what happens on each person's screen? Is it synced up properly, or do they see things differently?
They would see things differently based on when that information gets sent all the way. If you're two-handing a Great Shield and looking at where their like location updates to, or like at least looking, like if you're just in your box and blocking two-handed like this, your Great Shield will take all of those hits at the same time.
Oh.
So that's a good like thing to take into account for those matchups. I'm pretty sure that that's like, it can be the same on both ends, but sometimes the other player sees you moving around. It's weird.
I have no idea. It's fucking netcode. I have no idea how that shit works.
Okay.
I remember listening to Scorebrand explain it all.
Yeah.
He enlightened a lot of people as to how the net could work.
I understand enough how ping works. I understand how ping works enough to have an accurate assessment of of whether an attack will hit me or not. But beyond that, I don't really understand the netcode shit. Like I've gathered enough that when like I'm 20 seconds behind, I need to dodge roll when I see the other person attacking where I was like 20 seconds ago. So it's
The big thing. I bet you know
that,
more than you're saying though, because like I'll say the other thing that comes to mind, and you'll be like, oh yeah, I know about that. But like the player's position is super important for latency, because if you're playing someone like with low latency, the position you see them at is sort of how they see it on their screen. Compared to someone with high latency, there's a longer period of time between where you think they are and where they are, and vice versa. And therefore, as you know, you can abuse the spacing where people think you are and where people think you're going to hit. And all of a sudden, your longsword has 5 times as,
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't really understand what you just said.
Unless you're too drunk.
What I wonder is, how does the game decide who it shows victory and defeat to, and can both people say victory when they kill each other at the same time?
No.
How does the game make that determination?
You lose on your end if you die before your opponent dies. So it is possible for both players to get defeat, but not for both to get victory, because you can't. Your opponent cannot die before you die in a double kill scenario, because you always see your end first.
Saw this person's name. I thought it was Tano for a second, and I was so excited.
Hey Claus, welcome to the stream.
It's Tato, not Tano. I'm sad.
Darn it. They threw the firebomb. Hold on.
Tato with the firebomb. What are you gonna do?
Woo! Woo!
There's backsteps, crit.
Thanks.
Where's your character's face?
My character's face?
Yeah. I see.
Here.
Yeah, I see it now. Man, the tattoo is so fucking stupid.
I
It's
love
the tattoo.
it.
The tattoo feature in Dark Souls 2 is so dumb, but it's great.
It's one of my favorites. I can
Did
do
you see
some
the
requests.
Did you see the cosplay I did recently? I'm not sure. Did I show you that?
I missed
I don't
it.
think I did.
I don't think I saw it either. What was
I
it?
did it very shortly. It was a boss from Ultra Kill. I'm not sure I got the picture. I'd have to open the game. But
Oh, badass, dude. You need to get a picture of that.
the character has his face is just a black hole, right?
Okay.
Where his face should be, like he has a head and a face, but where his mouth, nose, and eye should be is just a black inward hole.
Yeah.
So for that, I try to flatten my character's facial features. I minimized the eyes and I did the black circle tattoo around, and it looked really good actually. It pretty much looked like there wasn't a face. You could barely see the eyes.
Nice. Give me the weapon request, buddy. I want it. I want it.
What?
You said axes, so.
Oh,
Okay, I'll use all axes.
I want to make a request.
You want to make a request? We'll have to wait
Yes,
until I do
it is.
axes.
It's synonymous with axes. Actually, you can do it both.
You can't synonymize axes with anything else. They're
No,
only axes.
Well, if you want, are you going to use an offhand with the axe?
Yeah. Depends.
Okay, I want you to swap the offhand into your main hand and have the so like dagger main hand, axe offhand.
Oh, I like that. I do like that, yeah. 18? Pretty good.
It's like a left-handed pitcher.
Yeah, it's just like just do a left-handed character.
Stealth pull boxer. Is that the longest dagger?
It is the longest dagger.
I guess I was about to say. That's a big dagger.
I think
Okay.
it's not really a good dagger as a secondary weapon though.
Can you use chicken leg without the stat requirements? Anything for a loyal subscriber. Anything for a subscriber of channel. That
Put it in your
would
left
make my
hand.
day. Put it in my
And
left hand. Oh, with glee.
The blue flamestone dagger is probably the best dagger as a main weapon if you're using it as a main weapon. It's probably it's kind of not good if you're using it as a secondary option like other daggers.
If someone were to request that you use a broken ladle, it would be kind of like someone requesting a band to play Freebird by Louis.
Well, like, broken ladle isn't really as bad as uninfused ladle. Because, like, when you use a ladle, you put mundane on it because it adds like 100 AR. And that's like the only damage that you will ever get on a ladle. If you break it, it loses 20.
There used to be this video, but it got taken down, of a guy who is so level 1, was using a broken uninfused ladle on New Game Plus 7 in the Champion of Covenants thing, fighting Fume Knight with all the no, it wasn't all the. He didn't have the healing things up, but it was like an hour-long video of him just using, like, applying resins to a broken, uninfused ladle and doing like 20 damage to Fume Knight.
Nice.
And like, I can't.
Actually, right there, he's the greatest versus player.
And the thumbnail had Fume Knight and a pink apron.
I have
But,
never seen that video, but I'm pretty sure I heard of it existing.
You can't see it anymore because it's been taken down, and I know of no mirror.
I see.
Crag, that was scary what he just did there. Backstep that guy's attack and backstab him.
Yeah. It is pretty scary. Being a UGS player is scary. You have to trust that your opponent will sometimes not roll.
Yeah. But like,
You have to have faith.
it's really just I feel bad for ultra weapons in this game. They really have
Yeah.
nothing going for them. Like, the only good ultra weapon is Bugs, and Bugs is just something else.
I like Zwei. Or
I mean,
like
yeah, but
fucking ICUGs.
ICUGs is, I think, is probably the best non-Fugs ultra greatsword.
I mean, with an offhand, it's actually feasible though, because you can stun someone, right, and then you get them with your attack finally.
You'd have to stance swap it to get the good attack, but I'm not even sure what you would offhand.
Probably there.
ICUG's
Second
mage.
ICUGs.
ICUG's mage is an evil that should never be released.
Why?
Well, like, the whole part about ICUGs is that it deals the most counter damage and the most damage of all the UGS, but its attacks do not combo. So, like, if you hit one attack on it, then it's like, okay, you're done. That's it. You hit the laser beam. But if you have HCSM, you hit an HCSM and then you hit the ICUGs. You deal like a half of their HP in one hit.
Maybe I'll try that on an 838.
It's hard to do on 155. I made a build at 165 that can do it with 50 vigor and enough stamina to use the ICUG's beam like 6 times, or not 6, but like maybe 4 times or like 3 times and a roll.
Oh.
Anyway,
What do you think is your favorite build for invasions? How often do you do invasions?
it depends on the location, but like earlier I actually was invading before I started streaming. Hold on, I'll briefly showcase the build. I think the entire game is pretty scary. Imagine walking into a giant spider nest and then seeing an even gianter spider. That's crazy. Santi, you're for
It's
game
a hardcore. My mom's a hardcore arachnophobe.
Yeah. That's scary, see? Anyway, this is my invasion build. I just
Love
have
it
great
already.
heals and perseverance, and I go to, like,
Oh, that's
earlier I was
the,
in Dreadlight Castle.
I remember you doing that meme on the ledge in Iron Bridge.
Yeah, but this time I'm just sort of walking up to people and using the hello carving and seeing what they do.
Remember, on Dark Souls 1, I went through a time where I would twink on a level 22 build in Undead Parish, but what it was the full sound set with the Dark Mask, and I dual wielded Balder shields.
Nice.
And my second slots was an offhand lightning battle axe and a main hand dark hand. And what I would do is I would just stand in the way.
Yeah.
Like I would two hand Balder shield plus 15 Balder shield, and with the Ring of Favor and protection they can't do shit.
Yeah.
They can't break your guard. You just stand in the hallway. They're standing in the hallway with the what's it called? The hollow hallway with the 10,000 dudes, or you stand at the top of the ladders and just and then do the shield kick and just knock them off. I would do that for a while. That was always good fun. Like it was like not even killing them, just delaying their progress annoyingly. If I remember correctly, Dark Souls 1 did not have an invasion timer.
It didn't, yeah. The only one with the invasion timer was 2.
They're both strength build PvEers.
They put you in DS2 Drink? Remember that clown that invades you in the first DLC? Oh, fuck. Alright, I'm ready for the boss battle, everyone. Let's
Hey,
go.
what does Perseverance do again? Is that the one? That's not the one that shows you messages, right?
No.
Oh, that's guidance.
That's guidance.
What does perseverance do?
Good luck, buddy.
I'm gonna go with this. Dark Souls.
Perseverance gives you poison and bleed resist.
Dude,
It's like
that's
GMB,
powerful.
but for poison.
Wait, you don't get to fight the boss with him?
She
You
was
made
an
it, though.
invader.
Yeah.
I think my favorite invasion build is the Pate Spear, Hide Knight Sword, Poison build with Crystal Soul Spear.
That's a good invasion build, yeah. Big fan.
I think I had a variation where I had Dark Fog as well.
Mm-hmm.
That's really good for like getting phantoms because a lot of phantoms don't have poison resistance. Like very good poison resistance. So if you just get a good charge on them with Pate Spear, like full charge, they just get fully poisoned, and then and that's like 13,000 damage. They can't heal.
Besides doing
Or
just
1,300
like
rather.
pacifist and great shield bullshit, one of my this is not Havel the Rock. This is not Havel the Rock. Wrong.
Someone doesn't have collector's edition.
Are you serious?
You
Here
should
we
give
go.
them a no.
Axis.
Say no, you're not them.
Hey, Crag.
Yeah.
Weird Signal attempted to join the voice chat, but was unable to.
Really?
I could join the server first or something?
Yeah, I thought I linked the server link.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
tried.
she did.
Yeah, Weird Signal tried it, and it wouldn't let him join the voice chat.
That's stupid.
Does he not have Does he not have a rank?
He should.
Oh, that might be it.
Well, like the bot
I'll look
turns
into that.
everyone into a pumpkin whenever they join, right? Yeah, Weird Signal is a
he
pumpkin.
Yeah. he's a
So voice channels. Cancel voice channels, edit category. Permissions, pumpkin. Why can't you join, buddy? What's it showing you?
Nope, there it is.
Try restarting. Okay, that might work.
He's here. He's
Hi.
amazing.
Oh,
I
sick.
Hi everyone.
Hi.
Oh,
Welcome to the stream. Welcome to my podcast, episode
Lord, you're-
17. Today we'll be discussing the recovery cancels on the Santier's Spear. Are they too good? Which ones are weak enough to allow? Why?
Well, before we get to that, this episode is brought to you by Raycon. Right?
Yeah,
Nebula.
audible.
MeUndies.
This is a mayonnaise sponsored episode.
You guys listen to a lot of podcasts?
No,
Nah.
I really don't. I used to listen to the Criticals podcast, but like the first 20 episodes, and then I stopped.
I've definitely listened to some, but I wouldn't say I listened to a lot.
I've just been like conditioned into skipping ads because every time it's like I know what your fucking sponsor is, and the likelihood that I'm gonna buy their product is zero.
I hate ads on an ideological level, and I fundamentally skip them every single time. I have an
wouldn't-
ad blocker installed. Whenever a sponsor segment comes up, I mash the right arrow on YouTube.
But
I mute any ads I can't block.
Awuga, it is morally right to listen to your ads.
I do not give a shit. I hate advertising.
I don't have a
agree with
problem with them on a fundamental level, but they are way too intrusive. They're
No,
like we
I-
haven't drawn the line yet on like
No,
how
I
fucking intrusive they are.
not only are they like awful and impulsive, I just fundamentally hate advertising as a thing, as
I
a
agree with
concept.
ya. I think that it's very baked into advertisement culture to appeal to manipulative facets of the psyche of a lot of people, and
Yeah,
that
that's-
trend
I don't know.
Oh
started.
yeah.
Yo, Lemonade 9 subscribing to me for 37 months. Listen to all those birds screech at once in unison. But like
I muted.
the culture of advertisement is actually extremely toxic and manipulative, and the reason that it is that way is because a very renowned psychologist helped, like, left the field of psychology and entered the field of advertisement and tried to use every fucking, like, manipulative tactic that he knew to increase interaction with a lot of
That's one reason I really dislike advertising, is because I'm interested in psychology. I want to major in it.
Yeah.
And marketing really feels like a perversion and bastardization of psychology.
Yes.
Yeah,
It's an abuse of psychology.
People that understand marketing at the highest level understand that people's behavior are to some degree deterministic, and they can just like tool with that just by using advertising. There's practices that have been outlawed. Like there were like commercials that you would see in movie theaters like 40 years ago, and there would be like a single frame that would come by of like a popcorn bowl or like a drink.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It was actually the entire movie they would do that with.
Yeah, and they outlawed that real quick, and I think there's a lot of other practices that has like, hey, maybe we should talk whether or not this should be legal or not.
Yeah, it was subliminal messaging where like every fourth frame in a movie would be like a picture of Coke or popcorn or something, and it supposedly would increase the rate at which people went to the bought stuff at the snack stands, because it would make them more hungry or thirsty. Though the Wikipedia page on it, I believe, says that the effectiveness of it is disputed. Like some people think it didn't actually work at all, but it is one of the few advertising methods that is banned.
I think this isn't even it's not, it is marketing related, but I think algorithmic content serving should maybe be scrutinized a little bit.
Yeah, I think maybe like having the entire human experience determined by algorithms whose only motive is to increase engagement or profit for the company hosting the algorithm was probably not a good call.
I agree with you. That's good takes.
I think our only buffer against this marketing evil is to go outside and just like smell trees for like 4 hours a day.
I'm gonna staple my nose to a tree so that I can live your ideal world.
I mean, I wasn't gonna go that far, but
I'm willing to.
I'd be okay with just abolishing marketing.
Yeah, I mean, how do you do that though? What qualifies as
Abolishing
marketing?
capitalism.
Okay, that's a good start.
how do we do that when all of our lives are ingrained in it?
That's the fucking question, ain't it? I think people have been trying to answer that question for like 200 years.
Like woes of society can be reset by war, and because now that we have nuclear arms, there is no resetative war anymore.
Are you a Pasadist?
Huh?
Are you a Pasadist?
What is that?
It's communists who believe that.
No, I'm not a communist.
Oh, anyways, Pasadists are communists that believe that nuclear war would be good actually, and would bring about communist revolution.
No, it'd be terrible. I'm just saying that there's a reset nature to war that we don't get anymore. I'm not condoning the act of war. I'm just saying we're gonna have to find other mechanisms to like.
I don't know. Maybe one of
shave
these.
The bullshit off of society.
Well, none of these.
Did I just get another FBI dad by saying that?
One of the none of the last 3 once in a lifetime events have reset anything, so I don't know about that.
FBI dads type 1 in chat.
I guess I could allow it back. It's just that around the time that I banned it, it was like so common that people would come into my chat and just say something passive aggressive and then smile, and it became like the smile was only that for so long. Oh, it's I pity you.
I'm surprised they haven't changed their smile emote, because they have to know now that it is only used for derision. Like,
I really hate Discord used to do this, but I don't think they do it anymore. But I really hate how like how they would automatically turn emoticons into emoji. Like I remember before Discord, if you typed in like colon open parentheses or no colon close parentheses, it would just automatically put in a happy face emoji instead. And that really pissed me off. I think they've changed that since then.
Thank God.
Really hard to use an axe against this player with only 20 stamina.
If I were you, I'd simply hit them behind their shield.
Oh yes, behind their shield. With all of the room that I have to maneuver. If only I had thought of that. GG.
What you been up to lately, Disco?
I did actually.
My advice helped you.
It did. Thank you for your advice, Abuka.
I'm sorry, what was that, True?
What you been up to lately?
Well, playing Dark Souls.
Unfortunately, I'm so sorry.
That's what's up, dude. You've been doing
I played, Doom Eternal. I write music. I started vaping again. That's not good.
Can I simp over your Signal? Can I simp over your voice real quick?
Okay.
You have a great voice. I really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Maybe one day, when I should start smoking. I should start smoking like a carton a
I
day.
think it's perfect as it is.
So like 10 years later, I really get that golden like Keith David voice.
Nah, I think you got a good niche going on.
You could do podcasts.
I'm actually planning on it.
We're doing podcasts right now. This is the podcast.
Yeah. Your voice is actually the one that someone was like, that people would go like, oh, you have a voice for radio.
I think like
unironically a radio voice.
The voice is like half the battle. Like having a good mic is also.
Yeah, I noticed that too. Your mic is very good.
That's at least 3/10 of the battle for sure.
Yeah.
At least 6 battles.
And then knowing what to say.
1/10 of the battle. You don't need to know anything. You can just get your mouth on there, start jammering away, and you'll get listened to. That's.
I mean, if you have a good voice, as long as you don't say like racial slurs, you can have a space on radio. Or if you do, or actually you can say racial slurs. Just depends on what audience you want.
Yeah,
right,
I mean,
right.
Facebook exists.
Mm.
A lot of people say racial slurs on Facebook.
Nick Fuentes has a podcast.
Disco, do you still play guitar? I remember you used to play on stream, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I do. I was actually contemplating doing like a music writing stream today, but I decided against it.
Very cool. My mom is pretty good at the ukulele, and she taught me how to play when I was a kid. And I eventually learned guitar, but I'm not really that good at either.
I want to see somebody like shred on ukulele. Like Julie Malmsteen, just like I want to see that if that's a thing.
I got some videos for you, dude. Or I'll just give you a name for now. There's this guy named Jake Shimabukuro. He's a Hawaiian dude, and he shreds.
I'll have to look into that.
The only instrument I've ever tried to play. The only instrument I've ever tried to play was the trumpet, and considering the fact that I have a genetic condition that makes my lungs filled with thick mucus that my body can't clear out by itself, that did not go well. Playing the trumpet with a genetic, severe, chronic lung condition.
As somebody like I'm sorry about that, by the way.
It's fine. It's fine.
As somebody that doesn't have that condition, I'm still just like, I find horn instruments just pretty unappealing.
I really like the sound of trumpets. Like
I like muted trumpet. Muted trumpets sound fucking amazing.
The trumpet parts and songs are often one of my favorite parts. Like, or just horn sections. So that's what made me wanna. That's what made me want to play it back then.
Well, there's always the keyboard.
I've thought about maybe learning banjo, but mostly because I played a game where banjo music was pretty prevalent. I really liked it. but I basically haven't thought about it since.
Lemonade9 in my chat, my GF, beautiful and precious, says there is metal uke music. I would listen to her about music because she's a fucking music genius.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
That sounds pretty neat too.
I like
metal
music
music.
theory.
I don't think she's into music theory. She's just really fucking good at like finding complex and emotionally impactful music and just
Cool.
recognizing it instantly.
I have one of the worst like methods from listening to music possible. And like a lot of the music nerds I've told this to are just disgusted by me.
Oh.
Where I have a thing where I have pretty decent taste. Like I'm not that picky with music. If something makes me want to move and is punchy and impactful, then I like it. That's basically my only two criteria.
Yeah.
But my thing is, I have very few methods to discover music, and I very rarely get tired of music. So I will literally listen to one song on repeat for months and not get tired of it, and will only stop listening to that song when another song comes along and replaces it, and I listen for that to months instead.
Yeah, I get fixated on music sometimes.
Yep, but that's like the main way I listen to music. It's not a sometimes thing. It's the primary method of listening to music.
Mm-hmm. I get that.
You ever like meet somebody and you're like, what kind of music do you like? And they're like, oh, I listen to everything. I've been conditioned to walk away from people like that. Like seriously, just walk away from people that say they like all music.
I really don't know how to say like what genres I like.
How about everything but one? I actually kind of focus on two, but I think people who are saying that are kind of like trying to say that they're receptive to a lot of different genres, but not necessarily that they focus. I bet those people, a lot of them focus on a few.
Yeah.
I was and I also don't share music that often with other people because it typically doesn't fare well for either of us. But a friend of mine and I are doing this thing where we're making each other listen to an album like with each other, and she made me listen to Death Grips because I said that I don't like Death Grips, but like by the end of it I was like, I still don't like it, but it's more cerebral than I thought it was. It's not bad. Or there's some, it's not just noise, even though on the surface it is.
I think that older country songs are actually pretty good. I think the kind of modern country that's like country pop is generally not good in my opinion.
9/11 was the worst thing to happen to country music.
True.
Yeah.
But like I have a very limited palette. The only like two songs I can actually remember how they go that are both country songs would be Johnny Cash is Hurt and The Devil Went Down to Georgia.
Oh god, I don't know if The Devil Went Down to Georgia counts as country.
It does. I would say it absolutely does.
Okay, it's definitely in the culture space. I don't know if I count it in the genre space.
Yeah, yeah, I can see that, but I think I would count it as country. It's much more classic country because like modern country is mostly just guitar, right? But stuff like Devil Down to Georgia that has like fiddles and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if on the Venn diagram it leans heavily into like bluegrass, then odds are it's good, or it's better than pop country.
Yeah.
I really like Garth Brooks. I'm not even a country fan, but I like Garth Brooks, and I live in a fucking state where if you go to any bar in the state and Friends in Low Places comes on, you're literally going to be locking arms with the person next to you to sing it. And it's like, that's weird. It's like, why are we doing this? But all right. I was a metal kid until I was a blues guy, and I've remained a blues guy like forever.
I just don't have a single genre I listen to. I just listen to whatever songs I happen to be listening to at the time.
Crack, what's your favorite band?
Sui Mega. They're a single artist. They make breakcore music from space.
Hell yeah.
and the Yu-Gi-Oh dimension.
The
There
All
are
right.
like, there are like 3 artists I have listened to a full album of.
Nice.
Just like literally 3. I think it's Powerwolf, Aether Realm, and Fox Stevenson.
Yeah.
The first 2 are metal bands. Powerwolf is power metal. They have like a Catholic vampire werewolf kind of vibe.
Mm-hmm.
Like
What?
Catholic vampire or werewolf, depending on song.
I want
All
to.
of it is all of it is Catholic, but depending on the
Bloodborne?
song, kind of Bloodborne. But all of it is like Catholic vibe, but it's vampire or werewolf depending on the song. A lot of the songs, a lot of songs that I like, kind of fall into werewolf crusader vibe.
You know what's funny? I'm not religious. I'm like a doubtful agnostic or atheist or whatever you want to call it. But like,
Who gives a shit about the
but like,
terms?
I have been utterly moved by religiously motivated music.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like shit is just some shit is just so powerful.
Yeah, it's powerful vibes. I mean, a lot of
Mm-hmm.
like people get a lot of energy, a lot of good energy from faith and shit.
I really like that one
I could
church music
put that
scene
into,
from the Blues
music.
Brothers a lot. I really like that music.
I feel like I remember what you're talking about, and it's been at least a dozen years since I've watched that movie.
What a great movie.
I want to take a second to just defend the I like everything perspective. I feel like there is a way to be wrong about liking everything. Like, saying that you like everything, it means, like, to a lot of people, like, oh, I like Green Day and also I like 3 Days Grace. But, like, some people actually do listen to 1,000 fucking bands and just enjoy the fuck out of music as a whole. And,
my girlfriend's Last FM page has like 100 different pictures of like when she Last FM is it'll compile like what you've been listening to, and her thing is like 100 different images of album covers. It's fucking insane.
I wouldn't say I'm necessarily like gunning for that position, but I'm just saying, like, if somebody says that, I'm just like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like, and then we change subjects.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's a valid response, because I think that there's like a disconnect between what people's perception of music is and like what
We've only been
music
backstabbing this
is.
guy.
Well, I've been doing a lot of chip damage, but this fight I've been focusing on backstabs.
Okay.
Every time I watch your
is-
stream, I want to play. Like, I think I'm gonna get on.
Don't do it, man. Trust me, don't do it.
This game is so fucking good.
It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
Antol Killa is the like soul level 500 something, and he's learning fugs, and I want to encourage it. But I also want to win, so I'm gonna.
I was
keep
playing-
this.
I was playing earlier today, and I just like I'm such a fucking idiot. I install the fucking the mule, and then I make a character legit. So I have like 2 or 3 upgraded weapons, and I'm using like top tier shit, and I fight a good player that's using like an ultra, and I'm just like, I'm sorry, man, I don't have anything to swap down on, and I just like shit on him, and it's like, I'm sorry.
No, you just sign. In my
He's a
opinion,
good
if
player though. He's better
you
than
just
me.
sign up for that, you just like if you are playing with that shit. If you're playing with Uggs and you're competent, you know Uggs is terrible. You are signing up to do it. Like this is my thing. If someone is using the ladle or some other terrible, shitty weapon in arena, I do not go easy on them. I try hard because if I was in the position of I am down so bad that I am using the ladle in arena, I want to fucking challenge myself and see if I can beat anyone who's actually trying. And so if someone is using the ladle against me, I will try my ass off. Like that. And same thing with Uggs. If someone good is using Uggs, I will try my ass off. I will abuse everything, and I will do my best. I'll probably fail. I'll probably make a lot of mistakes that they can capitalize on, but I won't be giving them a win. That's how I run with it.
If that person is by a very small chance in chat, I'm sorry.
It was me.
It was
GG.
the arena. It seems very polarized now. It's like people use top tier, or like it's like good players using top tier, or it's like just terrible players using whatever.
Yeah, that's true. That's so true.
Though on the thing, I do kind of feel bad when I use the HCSM build against an UGS player, because at that point they just can't play the game. That I do kind of feel bad about it, but I don't feel bad enough to stop using it. Like I will feel bad about it. I will feel bad about it, but I will still laugh as I cast HCSM a third time. So, like, just to give you an idea of it, like, it's not so bad that I'll actually stop.
Yeah, it's not bad enough. So, I mean, the thing also is that they could swap to a poise build. Like, they can put on UGS and also use poise.
Well, yeah, but they're still taking 900 damage every time they swing.
I've like baked in poise to my current build just because of fucking running R1 rapier. Like just like fuck off with that shit. I hate it.
To go to above 35 nowadays.
I used to play this game poiseless because I thought it was like the most fun way to play, but I've jumped ship.
I think there is merit to playing. I think there is merit to playing poiseless because it does give you some good habits, and lets you. I feel like playing without poise makes you better at playing with poise.
Yeah, you learn certain mechanics. You get better at certain mechanics that you might not practice so much in poise.
Yeah, and you're able to better make the decision to not use poise, and are better suited to making that decision.
You know what I suck at now? I used to be a motherfucker at this back in the day. Backstepping. I used to be really good at backstep, and now I fuck up like 60% of my backstep.
Dude, I think the funniest shit. Oh man, I love that. Dude, I miss the Twitch. You guys remember? I'm not sure. I think he like got someone soft banned his account. Like or someone like broke his save file or some shit. But he was this Twitch streamer who was like level like 500 or like 400 or something. And he I forget what his fashion was, but it was like Ouroboros adjacent. I think it was like Watcher armor. It was Watcher armor and the I think the score hat, I think is what it's called, is what people call it, with the real feathery one with the green.
I know what you
circle.
mean. Yeah, moon butterfly.
No, not that one. It's like the those guys in Aldia. The little.
Oh, hold on, I'll put it on.
The green one with the feather shit. Yeah, that one. Dragon Sage Shred. But yeah, it was he was, I think he was using that with the Watcher armor. And he would backstep everything. He had like he had max agility and would backstep everything. Would try to parry dagger you every time. It was great. I love that guy so much. There was one time, if you like got a backstab grab once, he put on the Gower's ring. And he had like 80 of them in his inventory. And he had like 80 of them in his inventory.
That's such a quintessential 838 experience, or just like high soul level player experience. You backstab them once, and they put on their favorite backstab protection.
You didn't even. I didn't like. You didn't even.
And they
them.
don't untarget you the whole time.
If you even accidentally got the grab, Gower's ring went on. And the reason why he said it is like, I don't think backstabs are bad necessarily, but I just don't want to fight people. I just want to make sure I'm not fighting someone who's trying to abuse them.
Yeah.
Which was really funny, because he parry spams a lot, so obviously you want to try to pivot backstab that. One time, I was using Cheat Engine to, I put on ignore backstab, like ignore equipment effects, so I could backstab through it, and the dude was so confused, and he called me a cheater. But I went in chat and played dumb and said you weren't wearing Gowers on my screen, and I convinced him it was a desync and that just wasn't on my screen. Like I said, it happened to me. I literally said, I like acted dumb, like, I didn't see you have the Gowers on, and then he said like, And then when he said, like, wait, what? I said, I think it desynced. I had this happen with a friend once, and he believed me fully after that. I literally just said, I think it happened with a full friend once, and he completely believed me. Oh, that was a fucking, I miss that guy.
Whatever you guys are posting, that looks like a Bluetooth earpiece from like 2007.
It's
What is
that? It's like a Thai character, I think.
Yeah. It's from Thai. Final Fantasy 14.
It's Among Us. It's okay. Can we stop with the fucking Among Us memes?
Wait. Look at this fucking Urban Dictionary
This
link.
is a PSA to the entire
Can we stop?
world. Sig wants you to stop.
Okay, I looked at that for like half a second. And I just clicked the X button on my tab.
This fucking Urban Dictionary definition of it.
Nice. Oh yeah.
No, it's from Sinhalese.
Axes are extremely good
Northern
at
India.
like, I don't know, they excel at being very comfortable to use for trade pressure, roll catching, and just like aiming around you. Like, they get so much tracking from every attack, so like you want to use those as much as possible. This dude's got items in his arena. That's not good. Antal, kill it.
Oh yeah, Twitch had that too. Someone like dropped a bunch of items in his arena.
Thinking about Among Us feels like a bad high school memory. It feels like remembering when somebody hit you over the head with a fucking hammer.
Oh fuck. Did you have bad experiences with the game itself, or just the community?
No, I actually really enjoyed the game. I just like the meme culture that cropped up around it. I'm just like, can we stop? It's like Undertale. Like, again, it's just like, can we stop?
Yeah.
Undertale was good. I think Undertale's mellowed out.
That's another game I thoroughly enjoyed, and then the internet just did things to it that I don't agree with.
The Undertale community has mellowed out pretty well, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder
Crag.
how they'll do for Delta. I wonder if it'll be like they'll keep that mellow energy and like it'll be good vibes, or if it'll get like another surge of kind of cringe.
Crag, your VTuber head, or I don't know what you want to call it, like it kind of looks like an Undertale character.
Yeah, I mentioned that before. It looks kind of like an Undertale sprite.
I see what you're saying.
I'm just saying. I'm purely saying that observationally. You know?
Specifically, Temmie.
I feel that I understand that. I think this was the first thing that I did. It was just the first shape series that I thought of for this character on a set of sticker tuber images. So like
check VC text. Crag.
VC text. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do know Temmie though. I'm extremely holy shit.
It's like Temmie with Goat Mom's like hair thing.
Yeah.
It's,
Hold on. Let me give
I'll
a
be
side
right
by
back.
side. Look at this. Look at the resemblance. We're practically related.
that's what it reminds me of.
I feel that that's a good observation. This character is one that I made a while back. Their name's Scraggle. I made them on a stream where I was ledge blocking with the Great Shield. And opening Microsoft Paint when people did nothing. Which was a lot of fun, but that's when this character came into being, basically.
What was the character that's on the spreadsheet?
The character on the spreadsheet?
Yeah, like you had a little guy on there.
Oh, I think that's just a bird. I used to draw lots of those fucking birds.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's a little bird guy with the white hollow mask on.
Yeah. I felt really proud about drawing that. That was one of my best bird images. Yeah. Don Ventress.
What happened to him?
Oh, I'm pretty sure he is going to school and is probably living his best life. Sometimes
That's
he
good.
messages me and is like, "Oh, hey Craig, thinking about you." But
Adventurous lore.
you know,
I feel like it's a common thing where if I don't hear from a Dark Souls player for a long time, odds are they're doing great. They're like, they're married and they have a house.
fucking Michael.
I don't think. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think Perk's like.
There's really like some old guard streamers that
No, I don't think
I
Perk
like
is one of them.
have not heard from in a long time, and then I found out, oh, they're doing great. They got like their dream job, and they're doing great.
I hope
Do any of y'all
Score's
know
okay. Who?
Craig, I feel like Perk.
Perp from
Like,
PlayStation.
P-U-R-R-R-R-P.
Yeah, I know of him.
Yeah. He wasn't always on PS4. He used to be on 360. That's where I met him.
Yeah. The
He-
360 game, right?
He's the one who taught me how to play Unlocked and shit.
Do people
Yeah.
still play Dark Souls on 360?
Oh no, this was like 2 years ago. Probably like 3.
That's still like staggering because what fucking Scholar came out.
Oh yeah, it was
fucking
the
6 years
absolute
ago?
ass end. It was mostly Brazilians.
Hell yeah.
Like, it was not fun.
How do you say motherfucker in Portuguese?
No idea.
It's like
I know-
hey hijo puta, or no, that's Spanish. I'm stupid.
Yeah. I know my.
Woo! IBS.
Whoa, you got vacuums.
That's IBS. That's the newest UGS tech, where you backstab somebody 4 frames after you start the animation.
I feel like there's a lot of. God, I'm so signed out. There's so many nuances that you all are discovering about this game, but I'm just not.
I'm not with it either. I
We're
need
going
more.
to catch up to.
That whole thing that
I
Craig
have-
just said is totally news to me.
I have resigned to only using HCSM.
I just unlock and use opportunistic running R1s. That's
I just
That's
want
all
to
I-
grill, for God's sake.
yes.
Speaking of my Steam bio, I have my Steam bio says the better player doesn't always win, which means I always have a chance. And then
I
under
feel like that's
and,
ultra true for this game. Like this game.
yeah, and under that in spoiler tags, I have Portuguese for no Brazilians past this point.
There was one day where I went like hate mail fishing. I just did reprehensible shit, like breaking people's gear and fucking knocking them off ledges. And I'm like, why am I not getting in hate mail? And then at the end of that exercise, I'm like, oh, it's because I have my Steam comments turned off. Oops.
You
So if
poor
you're a
little
level
friend.
0 Steam account, you can't get comments.
What is my Steam account? It's like level 10 or something.
Well, if you got softband and make an alt, it's gonna be level 0.
I miraculously never got softband.
I mean, you got softband. I was kind of sad about it.
I fucked up and gave myself like a stack of cracked red eye orbs that were plus 10, and I like panicked and alt F4'd, and I still didn't get off softband.
Nice. I honestly think that it's very hard to get softband with items.
What do you
I'm
think
not
is?
sure how I got softband. Like what actually got softband. I can't quite remember if I did anything special. Like the things I normally run with or scripts, I have unlimited goods, unlimited Estus available within the arena, and durability damage disabled. That's normally what I run with.
You all know like the D&D alignment chart, like lawful new or like
Yeah.
lawfully. Like you know what you know what the banning system for this game is? It's lawful chaos.
Yeah.
Nice.
Is what it. I don't think they know why people get fucking flagged.
I remember when I appealed and they said that I had multiple restrictions against my account, so I couldn't change it.
Hey,
Or they
Hobo.
couldn't unban it.
Skidge got unbanned recently.
So did Benny.
Yeah, Skidge and Benny. And I think Artur? Or was
I
that...
think-
did I
I
dream
think he
that?
got denied. I think he got denied.
I got denied. I was the one who got emailed and they lied to me and said, unfortunately, this can't happen ever. Nothing can be done.
We had multiple. For me, they said that there were multiple restrictions on my account, and therefore it was permanent.
The person typing that email to you,
Yeah.
Crag, was like a an arena bridge random that you just absolutely shit on.
They read my spreadsheet and had just come from a Reddit like documentary on Dark Souls 2, and we're like, this can't exist. This can't be. I can't allow this to continue.
They were an Iron Bridge purist.
Why do I don't understand bridge cures. Like it's just I can see doing it for like, you know, 1 or 2 times and being like, haha, this is funny. But people just stay there like forever.
Yeah. Maybe people don't understand that it makes you go to the bridge. And they just think like, oh, this is the arena that I get most often. Better go to the left statue again.
I mean, if you're like a player who doesn't know how that works, you're probably rank 1. So you're either getting it like half the time when you fight rank 1s, or you're not getting it all when you fight someone ranked. So it's like, if you don't know that they actually lead to different arenas, which isn't a super intuitive thing, then you could just think it's completely random and doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So
But then I see people with like they have builds like, okay, clearly you're trying to make me roll off the edge.
Oh yeah.
Like,
There was one guy.
Wait, what's that build look like?
There was one guy. I think he was like full dragon arm, like full dragon set, like the dragon torso stone, and like in the black dragon straight sword. And he would Q bridge every time. He had like 500 things. He had true rank 3, and so he could always pull you there. And he would go to the start of the bridge, and on the left pole of the bridge, he would put down a warmth and wait for you to come to him.
Yeah.
He was like a streamer, and he did that every time. And if you got low health, he would start. If you got low health or you were low poise, he would spam the dragon head flamethrower. It was. I was still playing 0 poise at the time, so it was really fucking annoying to go against him.
Yo.
Because he would just unrelentlessly, like, he would have warmth and just use the flame breath over and over. I couldn't do shit.
Chronic
you know what
Delight.
would reduce? Or sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you're okay. Chronic Delight raid from Chronic Delight's stream. Welcome to this. Welcome everybody. Chronic,
Hello, everyone.
Restreaming this game. Restreaming DS2.
You know what
come
would
on, I
reduce
gotta
hate
punch
mail
you.
to 0? Is if FromSoft gave you a big boilerplate disclaimer, like when you made a character that said, hey, in PvP, there are intricacies and nuances in this game that we don't even know exist. And players will use them on you. And people will be like, oh, okay.
You're
I've got a lot-
assuming, yeah, that sounds nice, but one of the main rules of, like I've seen video game developers tweet this, and then all their game developer friends like say, yeah, this is true, I relate to this on a spiritual level, is that if you put text in a game, you have to expect your player to not read it, because they won't.
Yeah.
They will not
oh,
read the
God.
text. They
That's
will
from-
not read. If you put something that has words up on the screen to tell the player something, half the time or more, they will not read it.
God, just visions of Doom Eternal. Like if you start an Ultra Nightmare run, it'll just there's this text prompt that insultingly pops up every time, and I'm just like, stop. Like, it's I know it's hard. That's why I'm playing. Like, stop, please stop.
Are you sure you're ready for the true experience of Doom Eternal? Not for babies.
I fucking love that about Dark Souls. Just kicks you into it.
Yeah.
Not for babies. Rated R.
Are you gonna have some Dark Souls difficulty set in discourse?
Crag, I'm beginning to learn to do what you do, is just follow people up to the platform and just end them as soon as, like, I'm not gonna wait for them to come down or like pull out a bow. Just go up and kill them.
No,
It depends on
assert
the
dominance. Assert dominance and just TP backstab them down to you. That's the Chad move.
What you do is you teleport yourself to the bridge banana, and then you teleport them there.
Bridge banana?
Yeah, the banana below the bridge, where the tournaments take place. Yeah.
That's what you call it. Okay. Yeah.
And what you
under the
do
bridge,
is you
yeah.
what you do is you if they're being reactive, you back away and gesture at them. That's a,
Yeah,
What
that's a
you
lyrical
do
quote.
is you back away and you gesture at them because they're being reactive, you see?
Lyrical said that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's a set
good
of
one.
legendary videos.
Lyric
My favorite one is where he's like, "Why don't you start a stream channel? Why don't you put a Twitch stream up and see how well you play?"
Lyrical's right though, because I've seen that that whole dynamic happen between two players, where one person's being really reactive and the other one like uses like social pressure, pretty much, to convince the other person to be a little more aggressive because they're being that passive.
I feel like that's a corner of this game's design that is like very, very poor, because you can, if you're willing to wait it out, you can win every fight if you just play reactive enough. Like typically, unless I don't know. I get really impatient. I get really impatient and like really frustrated when I'm just like fuck, and then I'll make mistakes because
I think this game does encourage non-interaction too much, I will say.
Yeah, thank God somebody discovered that unlocking makes you travel faster.
Is the spin attack weapon? I'm glad that this weapon makes you feel pretty drinky. Someone asked me earlier what my favorite invasion was. It is the gutter with great bows. I try to get gravity kills or I scare the shit out of them. And then I black crystal.
That's dirty.
It's
sounds fun.
good.
That's so dirty.
You gotta do that with the cheat engine script that mutes your alerts.
Oh my god, that's even worse.
Is that a Dark Souls 3 only thing, or is that a script that exists for Dark Souls 2?
What do you mean? So it doesn't tell the person that you've invaded?
Hey,
Right,
Scorched.
that's a thing in Dark Souls 3, but I don't know about Dark Souls 2. I don't know if it's like
happened.
like a common script.
It's not a common one.
I don't know if it's like a common script that's just on a public table, but it is something I have seen clips of cheaters do, where they will invade a world and it will not tell you that they invaded.
Hey, Scorched. Thank you for subscribing to me. Wow.
But yeah, if you did that in the gutter with great boats, where they have no information that you are there or that you left, and you just great boat them.
That is straight up like a get down Mr. President scenario.
I feel like it's actually more scary to know that somebody is in the world. Like, whenever I invade somebody in there, they spend so long just at the bonfire waiting for me to come to them, and they have no idea that I am just looking at them with the great bow, waiting for them to take the zip line or walk on the bridge or like do other shit like that. And like
it's a trade-off. You trade some fear for a different kind of fear.
Exactly. I think the anticipation is a lot of what I like to incorporate into my invasions. So I honestly really enjoyed just going in there with like Ring of the Living, with like the cat ring on so that they can't see my nameplate ever. I'll shoot one arrow at them once, and then I'll move to a different location.
What are you
I didn't
talking
think about that. Like, if you invade as the red phantom with no like Ring of the Living, like the phantom light like ignores distance fog, doesn't it?
It kind of does, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, what are you talking about with the cat ring and the nameplate?
Oh, if you take damage or regenerate health, then your nameplate is visible to all players in the world.
Okay. Yep, I gotcha.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I thought you were talking like there's not a ring of fog in this game.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if there was a ring of fog in this game?
I think I streamed 7 hours at one point just doing gutter. It's so much fun. It's so easy to just get lost doing it.
If the ring of fog was in this game, that made it so that people could not lock onto you. Would it be meta?
No. It would be the opposite of meta. You only lock on at close range. I mean, you can lock onto people with Ring of Fog on. You just have to be very close range.
Yeah, I thought you couldn't lock onto them at all.
I'm pretty sure you can. Does anybody know about Dark Souls 1? Has anybody played that game before here?
What's the question specifically? I am nowhere near an expert at Dark Souls 1, but I have
Can you lock onto someone who is wearing the Ring of Fog?
Fuck, yeah, that seems like some advanced game knowledge right there.
I remember it being a proximity thing.
I'm so glad it's not in this game. Wearing this ring, like, going by the Dark Souls 1 description, like on the effects for life, wearing this ring reduces the trigger range of homing soul mass spells by up to 80% distance.
That's actually pretty interesting. That could be cool in this game.
Yeah,
Alright.
I'm glad it's not there.
Good night, Chronic. I hope that you stream it well. Thank you for the raid. I'd shout you out, but my my chat thing, hold on. http://twitch.tv/chronic delight. Go follow them. They will give you 3 wishes and a bag of marbles. Alright, I hope you've got
Does Chronic
enough
Delight
marbles.
mean that you're just like always microdosing heroin?
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, Wikidot Wikidot, the superior wiki for Dark Souls, has the information you wanted. Hostile players can still lock onto you in online play, although the lock-on distance is reduced and easier for you to shake off.
That was right.
Did they just throw a Lloyd's Talisman at you?
No, they threw a
Optimal.
holy water urn at me.
Oh, what does that do?
It only does damage if you're hollow. It does nothing. So it does nothing to her right now except stagger.
Does it? Yeah, okay, it staggers.
It does like 0.1 durability damage. If you bullet spam someone with holy water urns, then the equipment will break.
So I've been like, I had this happen today. I had somebody in the arena like just break my gear.
Yep.
You know, like single hit, I'm dead. All my gear's broken. Are they trying? Did they put illegal things in your save file? Are they trying to get you soft?
Typically no.
No.
Typically no.
Because when that happens, I just alt F4. I'm just like, well,
Typically
back to my
no.
save now.
So the scripts that get you soft banned are the ones
We
that also
shouldn't
destroy
talk
your
about
saves.
the one that I'm thinking of that does the thing.
The only time I've had a save file that got fucked up was someone, I think it was a Hitler person, someone who had the name Hitler. They clopped me as I spawned in, and they teleported to me and had shit with projectiles that were being shot out with, they looked like, dark pyromancy projectiles in the shape of a swastika in front of me, which honestly is like high effort as fuck, at least from my perspective. And then afterwards, I had an item that was invisible in my right hand, and whenever I opened my inventory, it would crash the game, and I couldn't switch off the item. So, and basically meant that character was useless.
Back up your saves often, friends.
Yep, I was backing up my save at the time, but the last time I had restored my save, I accidentally used cut instead of copy, so I didn't have a backup and I had to remule.
Oops.
So I cut my backup into
Yeah.
my Dark Souls directory.
I have done that before.
So I had to remule.
Oh my gosh.
Does anybody still play this game on PS4?
I think so. There's Yami-chan, who's in my Discord, who has been asking for build advice.
Bert's praying for that.
I need to literally dust off my PS4 and see if it still works. It's been years.
Bert is the build saint for Dark Souls 2.
I used to have a lot of fun on PS4. I played Scholar on PS4 like through 2015, 2016.
Well, like, it's not an invalid item, though, Hobotam. What they're talking about is a script that breaks one of your empty fists in your inventory. So, like, your empty, like, one of these or multiple of these would just be broken, and you wouldn't be able to swat from it.
Whenever I opened my inventory screen, it would immediately crash the game.
Yeah,
I could
that's what would
pause,
happen.
but if I opened up equipment, it just crashed.
That's what happens with plus 14 weapons and, like, poison binoculars plus 12 or whatever. If the item is invalid, then the game just does not know how to fuck with it. Like, it doesn't know how to engage. So, until there's an anti-crash script for, like, getting those off of your hotbar, like, I don't know if that's a fixable thing.
Craig, I have a question.
Yeah.
I noticed that you're using Ring of Blades with an infused weapon. Would you say that that's worth it despite the penalty?
I mean, there's no real penalty. You get 25 AR.
But you
It's
would get 50
pretty good.
otherwise.
Yeah, you get 50, but
Okay.
yeah, 25 is still really good.
Yeah, you tend to get more than 25 damage AR by infusing.
There's a there's this guy
Oh,
just
God.
like zooms
Oh,
around
God.
like a little race car.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's got a high power level.
If you there's a little like spreadsheet tool that you can use to see how effective a weapon is uninfused versus infused, and even like
Is it different weapon to weapon?
yeah, it can be
Oh.
because of the different infusion ratios
Yeah,
and the
the,
different scaling.
For the most part, as far as like fine detail goes, the scaling letters are a fucking lie.
Right. So weapons with innate elemental damage would be penalized the most. that right?
Are innate? Is the fume sword penalized by having Ring of Blades?
You would think so. I thought
don't
so
think it
as
does.
well, but look at the 533. If I change Ring of Blades, it goes to 493. I get 40 AR from Ring of Blades
Wow.
on Silver Black, which is infused and dark leaning. So I am not able to give you a principalistic understanding.
Maybe
of
the
that.
opposite is true.
It could be.
I don't know.
Since when did my streams get good bit rate? A couple months ago, little. Hi, welcome to the stream.
I guess-
Holy shit! I just noticed you don't have the fucking RuneScape textures anymore.
Well, like I could have turned them off at any point, but I liked them, so.
Yeah, I
they're
kind of missed
okay.
them. I kind of miss them now that I noticed that they're not here.
I'm gonna get them again. It's just a matter of like finding the energy to do that. So like
Did you like reinstall or something?
I reinstalled Windows. Yeah, a PSA. If anyone sends you a table for cheat engine called FC_table, do not run it. That is a virus.
Oh,
Slash don't run any table that you don't know where it came from.
That too, yeah. Don't run tables that you don't know where they came from, especially if they are Dark Souls 2 related. Because
Speaking of which, Craig, I saw that someone posted a table to your Discord recently, and I think you responded, so I assume that that's a good table, huh?
yeah, I know Corrupt from a long time ago, and I know that they've like streamed with Facecam. They are an associate or like an affiliate with Twitch. It's like extremely illegal to post a virus anywhere, so like if you do so and somebody can implicate your actual name, then that's just like a very bad idea. I feel like that collateral would prevent anyone from like posting a virus with their actual
Most anyone,
What
yes.
are the
yeah,
virus
most
do?
anyone.
Yeah.
It was just a worm, but it accessed like it tried to access some browser data. I opened it in a VM, and what it did was it tried to replace every file with like a different like a 32 by 32 image of a laughing smiley face.
Is it the "You Are an Idiot" worm?
It wasn't a "You Are an Idiot" worm. It was a different worm. There was lol.ico. But apparently they had sent that to more than one person, and like I reinstalled Windows just because I'm paranoid and because I could have backed everything up. Like my computer was a little bit slower after running it in the VM, so I just decided, fuck it, I'm not gonna lose anything by just restarting. So
It's funny. I think the last time I installed Cheat Engine and ran a DS2 table, I got some kind of weird like Chrome redirect virus.
that's interesting.
I don't know if those two things are causal, but like, yeah, I was gonna install Cheat Engine.
If you're going to use one, either use the one that Crag posted or the open source table on GitHub.
Yeah.
Windows 10 really doesn't like Cheat Engine. It fucking.
It hasn't been an issue to me. Though I have Windows Defender off, and also my Windows is pirated, so I don't know if that's relevant.
Obatam has some good advice for you. Stop downloading hentai games.
What? I think I've only played one hentai game, and that was a Flash game from like 2006
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's the problem. Flash.
called Frank's Adventure. No, I mean I played it in 2006.
While you're
Are you
at
sure
it,
about that?
Yes.
I mean, Flash wasn't exactly secure in 2006, was it?
You guys remember Frank's Adventure?
yo,
Who gifted
congratulations.
another tier 1 sub?
True is just being very generous today.
Yeah, it's because I keep
Don't
kicking
mention
his
it.
ass.
This is my way of saying thank you to Crag for this awesome elo system that she has gifted to the community.
I'm
Where's
blushing.
my gifted
Stop.
sub?
It's random.
It's random,
We'll
yeah.
give one. We'll make it not random and give one to
Well-
me instead.
Just be luckier, dumbass.
Okay, you know what? You're right. You're right. You have a good point. You make a good point, Craig.
While you're at it, Klaus, memory editors in general, especially including Cheat Engine, are just dangerous. Like, if you don't know what you're doing, you shouldn't be installing and using tables from other people in memory editors. That shit is just like one of the core access points to your computer that could be very negative for you. Anyway, whoa.
Would Cheat Engine, I don't know, like would Cheat Engine have like direct hardware control?
Yeah.
It would. Okay, I thought it might be a little abstract.
It goes super deep. Like it changes the memory values. So like what your RAM, the short-term memory of your computer, it changes those ones and zeros in there to give you special abilities in the game, pretty much. So it's pretty deep.
It actually, the way that it works is changing your hardware.
No, dude.
He's still going.
You got you.
I had a similar experience today where I like shit on a guy using like warped like hide spear. And then the second time I fought him, I was just like I tried to be a little nicer and I just tried to like practice back steps. And he killed me after I got him to like 25%, and I just like mistimed a backstep, and then he no-no-no'd me like 3 times before I went to the loading screen.
That's my favorite. I don't know if anything like ever will compare to that feeling where you know exactly what happened during the fight. You're like, oh, I mistimed 3 backsteps in a row, and as a result I got comboed for all of my HP. And like they just don't know that. They're just like, yeah, I outplayed you. That's all that happened there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what happened.
If I were you, I would have simply timed the backsteps correctly.
There's people that operate under the logic like I beat you once, I'm the better player.
It
Like-
feels so odd to me, but like I kind of examined that recently. I tried to put together, was that an RC? Was that an RC? Are you a little recovery canceller? Oh.
Are we? Is that bad to do now?
Yeah.
Recovery cancel?
Yeah,
It
it's
is bad?
super bad. If you do it, you're
Illegal.
so bad. It's illegal. You're going to jail.
You lose points on the Crag's
Craig,
Willow speech.
I'm taking everything that you say right now like at face value. So
What's funny,
I'm
though-
writing this down. I'm writing this down. Do not recovery cancel.
Even if you don't recovery cancel, people
If you-
will get
if you
mad
rec-
because they're not hitting you through the lag or something. So
Yeah,
it's not one thing; it's the other.
The thing is, if you recovery cancel, you lose points on Crag's elo spreadsheet.
You do.
It's 5 points.
Wait,
5
there's an
points
ELO
each time you do
spreadsheet?
it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's like you have to install it into your hardware, and it automatically detects if you RC, and it lowers your points.
Yeah. and you-
Actually,
That's pretty-
V.3, we're thinking about that now.
That's pretty pog.
Yeah.
Is there an ELO spreadsheet though?
yeah.
If you land a parry,
Wow.
if you land a parry, it automatically increases your elo too.
Well, I feel like not like that's the thing. Like good players don't bother with parrying
Yeah.
anything.
No, that's part of the joke. It's a joke.
Oh
Craig,
yeah. Well, okay. I'm.
Craig has a spreadsheet product as like you can just put in your account. You can just put in your name, your elo that starts at 1,000, and then you do a best of 9 with someone, and then you put the elo into the calculator and the set rate and the set results, and it just
Oh,
automatically
so
calculates elo for you.
It's contingent on you doing a best of 9 with somebody. Got it.
Yeah, it's just
Crag, show us on stream.
Oh, show you on stream. Sure,
yeah, you
I
just,
would love
you just
to.
type some stuff into the spreadsheet.
So I actually have it open right now.
You always have it
PvP
open?
Elo matchmaking rating spreadsheet. I have kind of left the tab open recently. It's going to be a little bit slow right now because I'm streaming and my RAM and my CPU are kind of chugging.
Yeah, there's just now a giant white bar on the bottom and right of the stream.
I'll let you know once it loads.
All right, see.
There you go.
Sick. Sleeping is so nice. Everyone should sleep
True.
right now. I have lost frames. I'm halfway bled already. My defeat
Don't
is
give up.
certain. Oh no.
It's in
Don't give
the
up. Oh, they try to get you with a double. That was pretty greedy on their part.
Fuck, screw it. Yeah,
Oh,
I love
sorry.
that. I try to go for that when I'm doing cockchamp streams. Where it's like, even if they're beating me, I just try to demoralize them by landing a parry and then doing a gesture.
You
Like,
just deal enough emotional damage and eventually they'll give up.
I mean, I did a ton of emotional damage to birds.
Yes,
Like-
I agree. That was
like-
strong.
Parry, and then this is me emote, and then backstep, parry again as they wake up and mash into you.
Okay.
Like,
Okay. Whoops. PvP Elo matchmaking rating spreadsheet. I think I fucked up. There we go. We're good. I didn't fuck up at all. Not even a little bit. So let's see if that's squared on the screen. Let's just do it like that. So on this side, you see all the players. You see their elo, their location, and their rank. What you do is, if you have sets, you open up a notepad and you record wins. So like I win 4, we didn't have any draws, and I lost 2. So I'm Crag, and I fought Limpet or whoever. Dang, wait. Okay, yeah, the spreadsheet updates to what your elos are. And then you go to these numbers and you update them. Player 1 and player 2 wins. So, turns out from that, I lose 12 and Limpet gains 12. Wait. It's not right. Minus 12 on Delta and then 12 on Delta for player 2. But
Seems legit.
Limpet lost elo, and I gained elo. It says that I lost 12.
little bug.
Shit. We're
I don't think that that's a wrong thing. I think that that's just like a strange little quirk. I think that that's just a visual
Maybe
bug.
they entered that Delta formula wrong or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
No.
that's all right.
We can
A
delete
visual
that.
bug, a very temporary visual bug. But you copy that number into your elo, and you copy Limpet's number into their elo, and then that's how you know.
Oh, you
Maybe
reset
someone
gods.
changed our
You reset gods,
spreadsheet. It seems like it's fucking up.
It's fucking up.
Do you all
I don't
have
know.
like seasons where
No,
the
not
elo
yet.
is
No,
reset?
No, she just made this like a
This
week
is
ago.
season 1.
It's season
Season
one.
Dark Souls 2 has been out for 7 years. Season 1 going on right now.
That's right. That's right. That's fucking
That's
right.
right.
Actually, we're still in the beta. Season 1's gonna start.
Beta. This game feels like a beta. It plays like a beta.
Can I play with puzzling
I
sword?
like that about it.
I can. I'll change characters after this fight.
Fuck it, I'm getting on this game. God damn.
Oh no.
Yeah, isn't it sick? We have a fucking elo system now. This game has been missing it since it came out, bro.
This game has never seen a better era than right now.
Holy shit. Are you gonna join the elo sheet?
I'm peeking. I'm gonna get another
I mean,
drink.
I'm gonna like bottom tier that shit, but maybe, I don't know, we'll see.
Crag is cheating. I'm cheating my elo. In my example, I cheated.
Can I get a handicap because I'm old?
No.
There's a
Like
lot
my
of-
reaction time is diminished?
There's a lot of discourse about the tier list being like actually tiering people and how good they are, and just being a glossary for people who are active and played the video game. And I guess
I think it serves both those purposes, right? I mean,
yeah, but there was like issues with some people didn't want to be on the tier list. They didn't want to be ranked, and then there's other people who like it was like it wasn't actually based in numbers very much. It was kind of just based on the opinions of the people running it mostly. And so Crag's doing this to kind of like fill those things. It's just for people who want to have the like ranking system, and it's based on tier number.
Hey, Crag, I fixed it. It was literally just the Delta formula.
Okay.
Backwards.
Yeah.
Everything else is fine, as we thought. Yeah.
Nice.
So,
actually, it's just
So,
all better already. Nice. Admit of cheating after like a half a year of denying. Okay. You're actually right. And this should have been the start.
Right.
This should have been the start of my denial arc. So I'm sorry. I'd like to apologize to Hopitam and to all my other viewers because I have not been entering the I have not been entering the denial era.
Yeah. Hey, Craig, why does your character only move in cardinal directions? What the fuck is that about, huh? You're cheating.
I am not cheating. This is not true. If I was cheating, could I do this? Look!
Oh, shit. She's right. Fuck.
I think that's a great start, everybody. Thank you for your support. I will reveal the truth in 6 months.
I think I don't think I want to join the spreadsheet on my main account, but I might make a CockChamp one.
When it's found out that you are cheating, can I be the spokesperson for your apology tour?
I'll have a tour?
Yeah. Like,
Where
yeah,
am
we're
I
gonna go
going?
to like Flagstaff, Arizona, and like
All the Discords.
we're gonna be on like this side of like a cliff side of the Grand Canyon.
No,
Reading an apology.
I'm gonna tie myself to it.
You gotta think better. You'll be on the front stage of Anodyne.
Oh, the front stage of Anodyne.
Craig, we're gonna sell out Madison Square Garden with your apology tour.
That sounds great. I want to just like have a music video with a very heartfelt apology song where I've got myself tied to the side of the Grand Canyon with like ropes.
Problematic by Bo Burnham playing. Have you guys watched Inside?
See how playing Unlocked is gonna get you out of this situation, Craig.
Have any of you watched Bo Burnham's Inside special?
I have not. I've heard it's really funny.
It's really good. I highly recommend. It is both very funny, but also day ruining. It's the best kind of funny. The one that like ruins the rest of your week because you can't stop thinking about it.
What was that Bo Burnham thing about parasocial relationships?
Are you talking about his movie?
Yeah.
8th grade. I believe that's it.
I watched that and I remember like nothing about it.
I kind of want to watch it. Like watch Inside was like the first Bo Burnham thing. I'd seen a couple of his songs from Make Happy before, but this is the first time I actually watched one of his specials. I liked it a lot. I thought Inside was really good. I think because like the whole shtick of it is it's a comedy special filmed by one guy in one room over the course of quarantine.
Nice.
And one thing that is like really commendable about it is that despite it being one person doing literally everything in a single room, the visual effects are fucking amazing. He does like things manually with like setting up lights for scenes and shit, and like projectors like projecting stuff onto him. There's one point where like very early on he has a disco ball in the room, and like when a song comes up, like when like the high point of a song, he turns on a flashlight that's on his head and aims it at the disco ball, and it just lights up the entire room. That's like a really badass scene. Like the VFX are really good in that. I really recommend Inside.
Nice. Spear moment.
I would recommend Can we have like a recommend TV show segment, like right now, that lasts like 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I really like the show Twin Peaks.
Oh fuck yeah.
It is like my favorite show.
Amigo. Fuck yes. I love Twin Peaks so much.
Did we just become best friends?
I hate you for making that reference, but I still love the Twin Peaks thing.
I came off the back of like watching like horribly depressing shows like Ozark and like Breaking Bad and just shit that's just like, it is so realistically dark. But like Twin Peaks is so idiosyncratic, and like despite its dark undertone, it's like pretty lighthearted, and I'm just like, I love this. I love this show. I love everything. Fucking the end of season 1, the beginning of season 2, and the end of season 2 are like the peak of that show in my opinion. Season 3, it's a different beast. It
is definitely a different show. I really enjoyed season 3, but I agree with you. I think that it's very different.
I need to watch it again because I still don't fully understand the ending. I feel like there's some meta narrative shit going on. Like I said, I can't talk about it because I want people in chat to watch it. Just watch Twin Peaks. It's so fucking good. I love Twin Peaks.
I think I've been crash scripted. I have definitely been crash scripted.
Oh, I fought that guy.
Me too.
I fought that guy earlier today.
I fought him earlier, and I think I mopped the floor with him. I threw him around, and I went really good. Where's... I can add like an image behind the screen for when I get crash scripted.
I like wide crag.
Me too.
How about a really low resolution image of like a car crash or something?
That's awful.
Or a train crash or something, or like a crash test, a low resolution image of a crash test dummy.
Before we get off of the Twin Peaks, episode 8 of season 3 is a fucking masterpiece.
Episode 8. Can you tell me which one that is?
It's I'll just say Atomic Bomb.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Absolute masterpiece.
I enjoyed that one a lot, yeah. Alright, we're playing Dark Souls 2 now.
Is it a cat boo?
It is a cat boo.
Oh yeah. It's like... It's pretty low res.
Yeah.
Which is great.
I'm gonna
the
add
eye
some
sockets
filters to
operate exactly 5 pixels.
Luma key. That sounds good. I'm still wide.
I'm so
I don't think
know why that was so funny.
Frag is wide. What will she do?
I don't think I've correctly incorporated the bonk yet into my stream, so it doesn't yet play the sound. But I'm happy for your excitement. Yeah.
What'd you say? What's the name?
I'll give you my my character's tour. There's Chancellor. There's the Chancellor balls.
That does look like a Star Wars character. I mean,
Thank
no,
you.
it doesn't. I don't know what I'm saying.
Actually,
Okay.
I said it as if somebody else said it right before me. You know, like, that looks like a Star Wars character. That does look like a Star Wars character. I'm like, wait, no one said that. It's like some demon in my brain that said that, I guess. Like, what?
You're just playing a movie in your head, like an MST3K style film of a person reacting to your environment that you get to then react to.
I just imagine some kind of like fucking brain goblin going like, "Oh, that looks like Star Wars." You know, yeah, it does. Like, no one does it.
I'm so envious of MST 3000 because I wish I could have invented that format.
Nice.
I love shit talking bad movies like in real time with friends. I fucking love that.
Do you want to know who invented the Let's Play format? I learned
I
this
do
recently.
want to know that because I don't know.
The entire genre of Let's Play was predicated, not pioneered, but predicated. Like, somebody did this years before anyone else did. That person was known at that point as Christian Weston Chandler.
No!
Oh my god.
No!
I am a huge fucking Chris Chan fan right now.
Are you serious?
I watched, or I listened to a bunch of a Chris Chan podcast with Lem when we were visiting and just driving places. And like there was so much just like interesting stuff. And there's obviously some downtime where some of the stuff is kind of not good. But you know, you always get the impression that this is just a person who's confused.
Wait, are you being serious in saying that Chris Chan, like, invented or like coined the format?
Yes, they did not, or they didn't like name it Let's Play. It was first just like a series of them going around their Animal Crossing world back in like the early 2000s. It is not Chris. It is the people documenting Christine's life who have said and found that she has made the first instance of a Let's Play ever recorded.
So it wasn't like disrupting of the industry. Like they just found out like, oh, this is the earliest known Let's Play. But it wasn't.
There is such a...
Oh no, I got crash scripted. Something weird happened. Nothing.
What?
The fight can't go on because the game crashed.
Can you just have like when this happens? Can you just have a picture of the Black Lodge? Just bam, we're in the Black Lodge now.
We'll get the chevron floors and the curtains. I should get some animated curtains and like make a huge display that's just an animated.
You've got to start
MP4
practicing
loop.
talking backwards so you can like reverse the waveform in real time.
Not
It's neat,
a
crag.
good game.
I kind of feel bad for Chris Chan. Not because of anything like about them, but just at the fact that so much of them is documented online.
Yeah.
Like.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like
they have like such a permanent degree of online presence that they can do absolutely nothing about.
yeah, it's kind of like, you guys remember Yukis?
Yes.
You know, Yukis did some dumb shit, right?
Yes.
That he got bullied for, and I feel like, I talked about this on my stream earlier. Like I banned him, like that shit. I was like, I think that he got over bullied for that. Like there's a point where it's like, okay, enough, let's move on. And some people never moved on, and Chris Chan is like that times 100.
Yeah.
Like, leave him alone, or I'm sorry, leave her alone. You know, just I don't know. People get over bullied for their actions, and then their actions are immortalized, and it's like really not fair.
I would never want to ever have any amount of audience online. Like,
I feel you.
I have a Twitter account, but I actively maintain 0 followers. If someone follows me, I soft block them.
That's based.
I want to have, that is just not how I want to live. I want, if I were ever to do that, it would have to be some kind of degree of separation where this is like something that's like, you would not even be able to trace this back to me, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I would have to be like a fucking VTuber or something for me to do that, just to have an audience
I get that.
online. Like, I would never want to have it, like, anyone I know personally to know this is who I am. Like, to know that that's my audience or whatever the hell. Like, that's how I vibe. It's not so much just like, I only want to do it anonymously. I just, like, I do not want anything immortalized to me specifically. Because I know that I'm a fucking idiot. And I do not want my idiocy to haunt me for the rest of my fucking life.
I get that.
We live in that world now, though. Like, we really do. Like anything
My niece, she's 10 years old, right? she made a video like the Five Nights at Freddy's lore is expanded, where you actually like apparently know the actual family of the people who did it. And she made, I don't remember what it was, but like 9 months ago, she made some kind of like music, like animated music video for like the Cawthon family shit, and it got her like 5,000 subscribers on YouTube and like almost 1 million views.
Damn.
And she like she told me that she hates that video.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she made it 9 months ago and she hates it. She thinks it's terrible. Now she makes these other memes, like of something called like BitLife, I think, like short clips of BitLife thing, and it kind of demoralized her that they didn't get so many views. Like she has like 5,000 subscribers or something, but she doesn't get anything anymore. And it's like all like she's in a poor family, and her mother and father are kind of just like not very much being mothers or fathers. And so like her only experience of things she wants to do with her life are YouTubers. Like I asked like
that's not good. That's
the conversation came up, and I was like, so what do you like when she was showing me it, she's like, is this what you want to do? And she's like, yeah. Like it boiled down to she didn't know what else she wanted to do, and she said she might as well be famous online.
Yeah, there's some wisdom that it's very difficult to know when to impart to somebody that young, like somebody that
I try to do my best. I just kind of like prepared her for like, say, I try to tell her like, you know, sometimes having an audience makes things worse for art, and that is good to like. And while it's not something that you should necessarily try to avoid, but it's something you should definitely not make the focus. I try to impart that, and I also try to say like she was like at making, like she was like and I definitely don't mean to demean the skill she was in. She was like video editing. She had a mobile app for it, but it looked like an actual editor. And she was spending hours on videos that she wanted to make, like little meme videos that she wanted to make. And I was like super respectable, right? Like I told her like that's a good skill, and then you should keep at it, even if you don't like the stuff. You'll like what you make in like 9 months, but it's good to keep going, and that's something you can really do. And the guy's like, that's a skill she's already making. Like she doesn't have to be famous. She can be a video editor, even if it's not YouTube. She could do movies or TV shows. You know, that's something else that we can do with that skill. So I hope that I try to impart a bit of that on her, but it's like I don't know. I don't even know if it'd be worth it, because the fucking society is going to collapse from global climate crisis. Fucking 20 years.
Yeah, we're all gonna die. We're all going to die, and I don't. That's why I'm not gonna have kids. Cause like
yeah.
Because you're gonna be dead, or because you think they're gonna die?
Both.
Okay.
Well, like truly, do you want to instantiate consciousness in a world that is like doomed?
Well, like besides the desire of mine to either have or not have kids, I think that there is not one way to describe an entire creature's life in a way that's like whole. You know, you can't just decide that something's life is tragic or horrible because of certain factors that exist in it. I think
absolutely true, 100%.
Yeah.
I think that someone's existence can be beautiful.
For me, I would not want to raise a kid in the world that we are making.
But there's a law of averages, right?
I'm sure that there's some like mathematical differences, but I don't think that I'd be the one to make that distinction. I think
I could, like, if I made the decision to have kids, I could very well give birth to the person that creates, that is like a genius and creates some ridiculous carbon capture technology that solves global warming. It's possible, but it's not likely.
I remember that there's like I'm gonna like paraphrase some philosophy thought experiment, but like if you take for an instance, a company was going to build a power plant and then build a town around it, right? So, and then some people will come to work at that power plant, meet each other, and have a family and have kids. But that power plant could really pollute the area around it and make those kids really sick. But if you didn't make that power plant, those kids would never be born. So even if that power plant is polluting, you're not making any new kids worse off than they would have been otherwise.
Well, like this is a bit different.
And for that, and then that story, that idea was followed up with, this is why people normally think that philosophy are just white dudes jacking off to nothing.
I feel like that kind of misses the point though, because like
Yeah.
you're taking people from other parts of the world and the lives that they may have led and the children that they may have had otherwise. So like it's not a completely neutral scenario where you're just like creating
Just for sake of
100
example,
people.
also. It was just for sake of example to give you an idea.
I get the concept, but I don't think that it's a completely pure environment that you've created.
Yeah, it's definitely not. It's just like it's just a tiny thought experiment to get a concept across.
Yeah.
There's like modern day, like really bad societal consequences that we're dealing with, like microplastics. That's one thing, but like you wouldn't have.
Did you see how
you wouldn't have modern like science institutions without like the induction of microplastics or like lead-lined gasoline. You know.
Did you see how over the giant heat wave on the western coast, over 1 billion sea animals died?
Big
I didn't know about that, but it doesn't.
There was an entire coast of clams and oysters that were dead. They died of heat stroke inside their shells.
Maybe they should have leveled their adaptability.
But, like, seriously though, that's just like, it's an entire coast of dead, empty shells that, like, that's extremely damaging to the fucking the food chain of that ecosystem.
It is, but like, put it in perspective.
Marine animals.
You put that in perspective, like that, like yes, there's like unbelievably tragic die-offs that humans cause. But it pales in comparison to other historic events like the Permian extinction, for example. Like,
I mean, this is a sixth event. Like, we're literally in a sixth eviction event. Like, scientists classify us the time we are in right now as an extinction event.
Yeah, I know. Like, so do I? Again, this circles back to my philosophy of not having kids. It's probably a good idea because. There's already there's enough people on the planet.
You know, I actually don't. I think overpopulation is bullshit, honestly.
It is.
Because we literally, like right now, we have the resources to feed 10 billion people. The house feed and give them water. We can. Earth has a capacity that, like, right now at our current level.
At what cost?
Literally,
no
like,
cost.
At what environmental cost?
So
I mean,
many of the, and I'm going to be paraphrasing too here, but about like so much of our food is lost to the industrialized convenience of it that we only see like 30% of all the food that we produce like on shelves. I don't know if that's America or like globally. Environmentally, the cost of trying to optimize for like just feeding everybody, I don't think that there is a pure cost, because you just choose more efficient food sources, you choose more efficient means of delivering the food sources, you choose means of preservation.
We can also just, like, if we just say, like, got rid of half of all livestock things, right? Because like the food we spend feeding livestock is greater than our current intake of human food.
Yeah, that too.
Humans eat less food than their livestock does.
Crag, I was really invested in your avatar getting so small that it was like not seeable, but it didn't.
Eh?
All right, that is a sprite from a Game Boy game.
but yeah, it's like we can very realistically like feed everyone in the world and be ecologically friendly, because there's this one thing that gets on my nerves, is the idea that the humans are the virus or whatnot, right? But the numbers are like that's like the numbers show that that's just a lie. Literally, like 70% of all human emissions uh, are come from 100 companies. If you got rid of everything outside of that 100 companies, and those employees still kept working the same jobs at the same rates, like literally all other sources of carbon are cut, it would buy us a single year.
I don't know if I buy that. I don't know if I buy that like it's negligible the amount of like gasoline vehicles that the majority of people drive in developed countries. That's not nothing. In fact, that's
not nothing. But it's not nothing. But what's astronomically larger is the product of 100 companies and doing their jobs, doing what they make money for. Whether it be livestock or power, or like burning fossil fuels for power.
I forget the fucking name of the YouTube video, but there was a YouTube video that because like the meat industry has kind of been pegged with a lot of these emissions, or like a good portion of these emissions. But there was a YouTube video that I'll have to find it. Their claim was that the meat industry was pegged with a lot of carbon emission, but the carbon emission wasn't new. It wasn't new carbon that's created.
Well, you don't create carbon, you just move it.
Oh yeah, it's true.
Like
it's about it getting emitted.
Yeah.
I'm paraphrasing. I need to like, find the video.
Yeah.
But,
well, like, I don't know. I feel like you could find a lot of YouTube videos on the topic. I found one YouTube series a while back, which is just like this unlisted series of one guy advocating for climate change, like saying, "Oh, this is just good. Like, we want this."
Yeah, there's some people who are like, whose grift is to do that. They get paid by tax and shit. But you know, like, the thing is, since like, I forget where it was. There's like this newspaper clipping of like from 1934 or something, where they knew that greenhouse gases were a thing, and that increased heating, and that in the coming centuries, due to our emissions, we may notice a difference.
Yeah.
And that's from 1934. Like, this isn't a new thing. Like, they've known for decades, and they purposefully changed, like, invested in having a narrative that that you can do something. They like carbon footprint. Like the term carbon footprint, if I remember correctly, was coined by ExxonMobil.
Wow. I found the video. It's a channel called What I've Learned, and the thesis is eating less meat won't save the planet. Here's why. It's about a half hour long. And I think,
agree with that premise. I don't think that that changing your consumption will change anything about.
I think their thesis is something like the meat industry is not pushing new carbon or net carbon into the atmosphere.
Well, like, I don't think that. Like, I'm sure
burning coal clearly is doing that, right?
Burning coal clearly is, yeah. Like, I don't think that was one of the main arguments of veganism or vegetarianism. That the carbon that you save by choosing not to eat cows.
Livestock? It's methane, isn't it?
It would be
Isn't the issue with methane?
Yeah, mainly cows and methane. It would also be with the production of food for those animals, but I would have to do a lot more research to be able to tell you. No.
Yeah,
but,
I'm not qualified to.
But either way, I still don't think that you choosing to change what you eat will do literally anything.
Well, like, yeah, a majority of people who follow rule sets with their diets, like vegetarianism or veganism, don't believe that either. They just believe that they should do what they can, and that it's morally responsible too.
A lot of them just do it for personal reasons.
That's totally valid. That's totally valid. But I've also had arguments with people who say that veganism is morally right because climate change.
That's a weird perspective. Wouldn't you just want to like cause less harm to things? Like,
there's
that was the argument they made. Is that like they were trying to they were trying to make a secondary argument that
Okay.
you should not eat meat because it will impact. Because if you do not eat meat, it will lessen your impact on climate change. Which, considering they were like a communist, felt like a really weird argument. That they were arguing that you can change things within capitalism when they were a literal communist who doesn't believe in capitalism. It felt weird.
Communists
like-
do believe that capitalism exists, though.
No, I mean, yeah, but I mean, like, they don't
Sorry.
believe in that and making changes by participating in capitalism. That's what I meant.
Both sides are equally cultish, in my opinion. Or they can be. Like, meat, like staunch meat eaters are very cultish. Like,
Yeah, there's like the Jordan B. Peterson, like, meat-only diet people. They're just weird.
yeah, but he had like walloping health problems.
Well, yeah.
Yes.
Well, I guess we're rather. Yeah, sorry. It wasn't him that was advertising it for the most part. It was his daughter. His daughter was in that group. And then I think after he had crippling, like after he dealt with his crippling, was it benzos addiction? I think he might have. I think his daughter might have convinced him to get on it after that. I don't remember.
The fact of the matter is, like, health profiles, so to speak, are different from person to person, and it's like, unless you give somebody your genome to study, like, you're not gonna know what that is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of like on the side of like, generally we're kind of like meant to be omnivores.
They're like, I mean, there's people that there's like vegans that like, by virtue of them being vegan, start giving their
Supplements.
dog to like they start giving their dog like a vegan diet, and their dog fucking dies because of it.
Yeah, that's a really unfortunate thing that happens.
Yeah, I think that. One thing I'm looking forward to personally, at least somewhat, it doesn't really change anything about where we're heading as a society, but like on the meat thing, I am kind of looking forward to lab-grown meat.
Sure, I mean, like if you can get the same nutrient profile as meat without
Yeah, literally
inducing the
chemically
the suffering?
identical, like chemically identical
Well,
to meat, but
So
didn't come from
far-
the suffering of anything.
so far the research that's been done, and I heard this pretty recently, but the research that's been done towards lab-grown meat still involves the use of like killing and using a pregnant cow and using her, like, or it's either pregnant or a newborn calf, and using that information to grow more meat. So like, it's you're not changing any part of the equation by doing that.
Yeah,
It's just
you're
like,
not circumventing the suffering that you induce.
Yeah,
But are you at scale at least reducing it?
probably not. It's, I mean, if they can use the same buzzwords to attract you to the idea of lab-grown meat, then, like, or use the same buzzwords to attract the market at large, which is very likely that they'll be able to do because it seems to work. I looked away for 1 second. You've become tiny. I'm so small. There,
Well, I'll say this, if we can get to true ectogenesis of meat, then I'm on board. But, you know,
I feel like
My
I wouldn't.
ears perked for a second.
I honestly am, like, I'm planning on doing veganism as a thing. I'm planning on, like, actually engaging in that and using that to inform my dietary decisions. I don't know if I'll ever own a pet, but I'm not gonna, like, force it to also be a vegan if I have to take care of, like, a stray cat or something. Like, that's just not realistic.
I feel like I could, like, with how little I typically eat meat, I could probably go vegetarian. I consume too much dairy products to go vegan now.
I could very easily do vegetarian.
So I kind of like,
I don't know about vegan though.
I don't know,
Vegan.
but I'm also just kind of like, I don't really believe that you can really choose to have ethical consumption, and I don't really not really confident that makes a difference at all.
Wouldn't it be great to be a boomer and not be conscious of any of these societal problems? Wouldn't it be fucking great?
I just want to go to store, get some Legos.
Is that what? Yeah.
That's what ethical consumption is. You're innocent and you get some Legos.
You get some Legos and.
I fucking loved Legos. Oh my god.
If it
You're
wasn't just for show, what show is that? What do you mean, Novo?
I think maybe it's like virtue signal type stuff.
I guess so, yeah. I mean, like, I normally wouldn't really, like, talk about it, but I feel really intrigued by it right now because I've been listening into some, animal rights podcasts.
Wow, you deleted that guy.
Yeah, he didn't have a lot of himself to put in the arena.
Like, there's gonna be a Reddit thread about you because of that fight.
I am the tryhard.
Can I ask why the fire ice rapier and the magic red iron?
Sure,
sword?
I'll show you my stats. I've got 40 intelligence and 30 faith.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The stat.
That is so much AR for that fucking fire. Jesus Christ. Holy crag, you're committing war crimes right now.
The whole point of the build is just to maximize damage on silver black and retainer short sword at the same time, and also use 4 weapons.
If good players maximize like dark defense, which I don't think they do. I feel like they largely don't try to do that. Unless somebody rolls out in like Black Witch set. But if somebody does roll out in Black Witch set, do you just like switch to physical?
No, I just switch to fire or like lightning.
Okay.
But if you're using the team sword, for example, you could switch to physical.
Yeah, you could.
Using physical fume swords better though.
If they're using.
If the opponent has a lot of dark defense, totally.
No, I remember I think Birds made the argument that like even if they have bad dark defense, that physical is just better.
Physical is kind of just better. What I would use is the ice rapier because they would have no poise, so I just do 1,000,000 damage to them and also stagger them a lot. Nice job.
Oh, you had
Parker.
somebody Black Crystal. I had that happen yesterday. That is a true Truth 101 move. that may have been truth.
Also, there are like 7 companies that own.
GG, that was me.
There are like 7
Yes.
companies that own like every single food company, and so chances are if you're like vegan vegetarian food, their parent company still benefits from meat. Like it's still like the same. It's just a subsidiary of another meat company. You know?
On the other hand, though, like if you were to make a lot of stuff from scratch at home, you can make vegetarian food and not really like contribute to those companies as much.
But I do think that making your own food with gardening is best.
Is what? You cut out.
I do think that making your own food, like with gardening and shit, is based as hell.
Yeah.
And I think that communities, like especially like cities and stuff, like just get rid of those fucking ugly, terrible, affront to God parking lots, and replace them with food gardens that are just free to get food from for the people who live there.
Yeah. A lot of
Just
people.
like, and just have a portion of the food that your city eats produced by itself.
A lot of people sort of do that here. Like my grandpa will grow turnips in the spring and fall because they're just hardy. They'll fucking grow whenever. And he'll grow way too many. So he'll just like give them to a bunch of neighbors. Like he'll have 30 fucking turnips that he'll prepare and like give to the neighbors, or like cucumbers or something.
What do you
I'm
have-
back. We're talking about Animal Crossing.
Yeah.
Oh,
My grandpa playing Animal Crossing in real life, actually.
What do you even do with turnips?
You can eat them
Like, what are they-
raw. They're like.
What's like?
Have you
I
ever
don't
had
think I've
a
ever had. I
a
don't think I've
radish?
ever had a turnip. No, I'm a very picky eater. I have had
Okay.
very few vegetables in my life.
A turnip is very much like a spicy potato.
Hmm.
So,
It's like if a potato and an onion had a baby.
yeah, kind of. You can eat
What's-
it raw if you want to. You can cook it. You can dice it and put it in a stir fry, which is my favorite. Yeah, that's
What's
kind
the
of it.
best salty vegetable?
Tomatoes.
I mean, I mean,
I quite like tomato soup, but I think the only time I've had physical tomatoes is like fast food burgers, and I just really, really, really hate fast food meat.
awooga. Avocado salted, super good.
I've not had of that.
Throw
You said
some- throw
awooga
some-
twice because I thought like maybe you found like an OnlyFans page that you really like.
Throw some lime juice on that shit too, and maybe some pepper.
Like,
Put it
I
on
love
some
red
toast.
onions. Red onions are the shit.
What I have had is like I have this crock pot meal that I made a couple times, where it's a bunch of cubed potatoes, as well as a bunch of like 3 or 4 cans of green beans. I think it was like 5 pounds of cubed potatoes and like 3 or 4 cans of green beans. And you throw that in a crock pot, put some onion in it and some chicken broth in it, and just let it cook for like 6 hours. That's good. I really like that shit. Obviously, put pepper and salt when you're cooking it too. But I really like crock pot foods.
GG.
But I especially love salty foods. Like remember that shit I was talking about earlier with my lungs? The same reason that happens is basically my body is extremely wasteful with salt. Most of it goes due to like some misformed proteins with my DNA and shit. Most of it just gets wasted in sweat.
Okay.
So salt isn't able to be used in areas to call water to my body to moisten things up. So I have a constant craving of salt. So like if you have your taste buds and you have certain like likes for different kinds of flavors, my desire and likingness of salt is bloated all the hell and back. I will salt, like if it's not sweet, I will salt it.
I see.
And so like that's why I was asking about salty vegetables and stuff that's good with salt.
Okay. I think turnips are not probably what you're looking for.
Mhm. Like I'll salt tomato soup and eat that, and I'll mix salt in and dip bread in that, and I like that.
You know what cheap ass food I've been eating a lot?
What?
Just rice and beans, man.
I've been
Yeah.
having these. I'm not sure if I like beans or not. I can't remember. I've
Pinto
been
beans are
able to eat
great.
them. But I have this meal, like it's a frozen meal. It's chicken fried rice. It's rice, corn, peas, and carrot. Like those little shredded carrot bits, and chicken. And I really like that. And honestly, the chicken is probably the worst part of it. I would like to have that without chicken.
I made rice and bean tacos a lot in college.
Hell yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude. Put some, like if you got the money, you can put some avocado in there. Definitely put some cheese in there.
Some white rice, some like black beans,
Salsa
pinto
or
beans.
something.
I want to get a rice cooker, but my mom was
Some
just not
diced
about that.
chicken is not bad, and some like Monterey Jack cheese. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude. I got a lot of family in Texas, so I am all about tacos, man.
I made a few months ago. I made this taco sauce burrito, where it's called Amiga's breakfast taco.
Oh fuck yeah.
Yeah, it's basically scrambled eggs with you take scrambled eggs and then you crack tortilla chips into them You mix it up, and then you you put that in a burrito and like add some toppings like salsa or cilantro or avocado if you want, and you just have it. It's a really filling breakfast meal. I like it a lot. It's got that like you know that like really nice soft crunch you get when you have nachos that have been sitting in their cheese for a while.
Yeah.
It's like that in a burrito, and it's super good because it's got. If you get just the right size of the tortilla chips, you get that nice crunch where they're crunchy but they're moist, and so they kind of like don't crunch apart, they tear apart in your mouth, and it's so good. It's super filling too, like crazy filling. So that's one thing I'd recommend. It's called a Migas breakfast taco.
Yeah, I fucks with Migas, dude. Hell yeah.
You don't chew baked beans when I eat them, because the texture is weird. So you just, like, swallow them whole, bean by bean.
Optimal.
Yeah, you're like, gotta take my vitamins, and you're just like, whoa, you just...
Open your vitamin bottle full of beans.
I'm just imagining, like Bush's
orange...
baked beans, but like drink has like a sticky note that says vitamins on it, and he's just like, oh.
No, it's one of those orange prescription bottles, and it's just full of beans. Like one of those transparent orange bottles.
Yeah, you get a decent vitamin profile from beans, I think. Black beans are good for you.
Yeah, one of the few stuff that has protein. If I remember correctly. You know, it's kind of wild. Like humans are like one thing. It's a flaw we don't think about in comparison to other animals. But like, there is so much shit we need to eat to be at peak health. Like you have to have a very, very, like a very varied diet that has a lot of different things in it to be able to have full health.
I don't know.
Eat fucking grass for its whole life and be healthy.
Like the FDA like vitamin profile where you see like a certain percentage of your daily needs. I don't know if that's fucking true. I don't I really don't. Like if you eat, yeah, you're right. We do need a varied diet, but like if I were to take the FDA guidelines,
I don't know if the numbers are super correct, but I think the spirit of it is correct.
That
you need a lot of different kinds of nutrients from a lot of different sources. I don't know if the numbers.
Yeah, if I were to take the FDA guidelines and just say, okay, I need 100% of all of these vitamins, my caloric intake would have to be like 4,000 or like something ridiculous. Like, it's so insane. Like when you look at shit that's healthy, the vitamin profile on it's pretty low. Like
the tech would be to not look at the FDA's requirements, but would look at like Europeans' FDA equivalent requirements.
Maybe that's the way to do it.
Yeah. I think that's just the like safer way to do it. Just take shit from Europe.
We're in current year, you really can't trust any American body of intelligence, can you? You really cannot.
Yeah, I would, especially like on. I don't think nutrition is a place of interest for America, or a place of expertise rather.
If beans is so nutritious, then how come it doesn't have anything that Kraft mac and cheese has in it? Checkmate, atheists.
That was rude. I'm sorry.
I understand. I do that too.
I just did it without even thinking about it. I'm sorry.
But
confidence right there.
Like one thing that's crazy, Europeans when they come here and eat our food, like they think our bread tastes too sweet. Our bread is like very sugary compared to any other place's food.
And our food in general too. I guess if you're looking at like chain restaurants or fast food, at least it would be kind of on the sugarier side.
Also, Europeans almost universally despise American chocolate. And there's actually a reason for it.
It's not dark enough.
No, it's not that. Did you know that the same chemical that gives vomit its taste is present in American chocolate, and American chocolate only?
That's really cool.
Because,
that is really cool.
Because Hershey when they were making chocolate, right? Back before when refrigeration was pretty weak, right? They wanted to find out how to get the most amount of sales for the least amount of, they wanted to figure out profit and capitalism. And so one of their methods was to increase the shelf life of their chocolate. And to do this, they partly spoiled their milk. I forget the actual process, but in essence, they slightly spoiled the milk, which gave it a longer shelf time. And then afterwards, they landed a contract with the military during World War II to put all of their, I think it was World War II, to put Hershey's chocolate bars in the meals for soldiers. And so soldiers would eat the chocolate bars like them, for years. They would eat them almost every day. And then when they came back home, the only chocolate they wanted was Hershey's. And so every other chocolate company in America also spoiled their milk partially to emulate the taste of Hershey's. So now every single chocolate company in America spoils their milk slightly to appeal to the American palate, and it tastes like and to other people it tastes like vomit.
Is that true?
Yes, that is 100% true.
I kind of believe it.
This is absolutely true. I'm serious.
Somebody in chat just said this is the kind of crowd that takes TikTok gurus seriously.
No, this
Okay,
isn't
look,
from TikTok. This is
You
like
look me in the eye and tell
documented
me that
history.
William Knight doesn't have the most hypnotic eyes that you've ever seen. There is no such thing as a coincidence.
This is documented history stuff. It's like every single you can't just get like American brands of chocolate in Europe, for example. Like Hershey's doesn't do that when they're selling in Europe. You have to get chocolate straight from the American factory for this shit.
There's no such thing as an American chocolate.
So from what I understand, from what I've looking at this conversation.
What did I
online,
just drop? What just fell off my desk?
I don't know.
What happened?
But from what I understand, looking on conversation online, American chocolate is awful.
Fuck, is there like a chalk line on my carpet? What is this?
Don't worry about that.
What the fuck is?
We summoned the imps. They've been conducting the ritual, and they've just been a little bit slow at it. Just let them do their job.
Break.
Just come back to the VC and let the imps do their job.
What the fuck? Crag, what did you do?
What? They're on their unionized break.
What did you
Just
do
give
to
them a
me,
bit.
Crag?
You're turning trans.
Oh
No!
Oh shit, is this how it happens?
Yes, this is the secret.
shit! Oh, so close.
So close to what?
Getting the jump attack.
Oh, I thought you were
I
about
see
to
it
say so close to turning me trans.
Well, that succeeded. You
Did
just
it?
don't know it yet. Yeah, you'll
Yeah,
be
it's-
40,
Was it?
and then you'll.
How do you know if
Find
you're
out.
trans?
How do you know? You
Yeah.
figure it out. I mean, I know because of a lot of experiences in my life where I've been like,
It is.
I've felt
like-
dysphoric,
yeah.
right?
So-
That is like
right,
a.
okay.
So like, despite what it appears, that is one of the most complex questions you could ask.
Yeah.
It is. It's fucking wild. I do not envy trans people for the fucking shit they go through trying to figure shit out.
Well, I mean,
I'm cis,
yeah.
and the distress I felt when I was figuring out gender shit was palpable. And and just for me when I went through that shit, and I'm fucking cis anyways, I can't imagine how it must be for trans people.
I think when I figured it out finally, or like not even figured it out, it's when I finally accepted that part of myself. When I finally accepted, like, okay, this is something that I need going forward, and this is something that I need to like view myself as, because that's just how I work. I hid under a desk for like 3 days because I just felt so unsafe and so like horrible the whole time. But
hell.
it
Gender is a fuck.
was
When-
a fuck.
Can I ask when this happened?
That was like in 2019, maybe 2018, circa.
Okay.
How do you feel about yourself since you've realized you're trans?
I mean, I feel that I'm growing as a person day by day, but like I don't think that was the realization. I think the realization was like when I was in 6th grade. That was the moment that I decided to finally accept that realization. And that's a harder thing to address than like realizing something. It's a harder thing to address than like knowing something is true. It's
I think that's the word I should have used instead to get what I was getting at.
Yeah.
Can I ask you kind of an incendiary question?
Sure, do it.
It might be very incendiary.
Okay.
Oh God, what am I doing? Shit.
You can do it.
Do you think? Fuck.
I do think about that, yeah.
Do you? Do you? I'm asking this because, and again, I can't be inside this person's head, but I've known people whom I thought were just like gay, right?
Yeah.
Or lesbian or what have you. I've known a few people like that. And for a while they were, and then in recent years they became trans. Do you think, like, let me preface this by saying that I 100% believe that gender dysmorphia is 100% a real thing, right?
Okay. Can I try to guess what you're saying?
100%. Do you think that maybe in a minority of trans people, or in an unknown portion of trans people, that there might be like a thought contagion aspect to it?
I think that the main thought contagion is prevalent in the expectations that we have for ourselves initially. So in a lot of people, that means that the way that you start out is how you have to see yourself as, and the thought contagion is like your parents call you this name, your gender is this, and you cannot change that. But like, I don't know, I've heard of people regretting taking transitionary steps, but like, you know, I've only heard of like 10 cases of that ever, and some of them are famous, and like
a lot of them are just due to lack of support.
Yeah. Well, like,
I mean, it's a pretty big decision to make.
It is, and
it can be.
And I think for the most part, most people give it a lot of time to think it over. It can be one of the most crippling decisions someone can make. But I think it's like if there is a contagion aspect, it's more about like exposure to an idea, like exposure to trans stuff makes you realize that it could even exist, and then you start realizing things that you already knew in a different light.
I don't think that I've been ever around even like the air of thought contagion if one air exists over it. I think the main thought structure that led me to this sort of self-discovery was the general acceptance of self-difference, right? If I am something, then I've always been this thing. And that thought has helped me through a lot of different existential crises, especially this one. But the main area of thought is like you look at a list of things and you pick one that seems to stick. Like you throw yourself at a wall a lot of the times and you're like, okay, this thing works, this thing doesn't. Like it's a very vague structure that you make the rules for anyway. So
That's interesting.
If you aren't listening to yourself, if you aren't listening to the inside of your brain screaming at you, you are this, or you are like not the explicit structure that is prevalent in this society, then like you're just not doing right by yourself.
So I guess my question is, oh God, how do I again, this is
true.
this is a minefield of a fucking subject.
Yeah,
Well, like I think
it's
what
chill,
you're
we're
what you're
chill.
talking about is the concept of a trans trender, right? You're talking about the idea that somebody does this as a means of looking cool or a means of identifying with the social concept of. Like,
Sure, there's people that do that. Like, there are people that do that, but like, if you could if you could run the simulation and implant yourself in a space devoid of societal influences, would you still be trans?
Would you ever see someone of the opposite gender or the same
That's an
gender?
interesting question
Well,
because.
Or are you only aware of yourself?
I imagine the answer is yes. Right.
I think it's complicated because I think it would actually be no, because the essence of being trans is being different from what society implicates you as.
Well, like.
Because
okay.
Crag, regardless of who she is Crag.
I kind of hold on. Can I present a counter theory to that?
Yeah.
Can I bring up one thing real quick?
Real quick. Mine's not long. I think. Okay, you go first.
Okay, my thing is like, is your mic in like the attic of your house?
Me?
True.
No, true. True stuff.
Oh
No,
yeah.
I just have a shitty mic. I should work on that.
Yeah, we can. You're intelligible and we can hear you. I'm just giving you shit.
Oh, it's
Sound
all
like
good.
you're
Dude, no
talking
problem.
at us through a cardboard tube.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all good, dude.
It sounds great, by the way. You're crisp.
As crisp as it gets for a webcam
What were
mic.
you gonna say, True?
I don't know, man.
Okay.
I need to think about it more.
I mean,
Wait.
it's the Matrix, okay? You exist in this this thing, right? And you have a perspective on how things work, and then suddenly Morpheus shows up and he's like, actually, you can take the red pill and you can go down the rabbit hole. And you fucking do it, and you're like, holy shit, there's a whole nother world right here, and I just have been ignoring it. Or like, I've known about this my entire life. It's been like begging to get out. It's been scratching at the back of my brain forever. To answer your question, I don't think the concept of a trans person exists without a social context, because like being trans just means that like you have to like
You are not. You
yeah,
identify as a different gender than what society generally.
So
perceives
okay.
you.
So
it
my
means
question.
it predicates it's just by definition. Like, it's not the concept of somebody not identifying with their body. It's the definition of somebody being trans includes the concept of a social structure in place.
I agree.
Okay.
Because
So
I am also of the opinion that gender itself is bullshit and socially based, and I personally am a gender abolitionist.
That's
Would there?
that's cool.
Okay. Would there? So, with that tenet in mind,
Based as fuck, by the way.
Yeah, based.
are there? So in history, were there like psychologically trans people that just suffered in silence?
Sure. I
And
mean,
there are also cultures where that didn't treat gender the same way that we do, like that where for instance I might be getting some things wrong.
Craig,
so don't
you
take
are
this-
just deleting people. Holy shit, you are just
I
utterly
might get
bullying
detail.
people.
I might get details wrong. So if someone who is actually of this culture corrects me on something, take their word for it instead. But generally speaking, many different societies did not treat gender the way we did. For instance, there are some Native American Native American cultures that had a third gender, I believe called two spirits, where they generally had traits of both. Or there in African cultures where gender was not really a thing they cared about, where their social society was more predicated on age. Men and women gender roles generally weren't a thing, where yes, there were sexes, but a concept of a gender did not exist as we know it, where it's like gender roles. And where people just didn't, so people who were like male, as we would call them, doing woman things, as we would call them, wasn't considered a thing to be trans about, because it just did not have a concept of gender that was important. So it's like it is predicated. So like being trans is predicated on gender being a thing in a social like construct, like contract kind of thing, and it just being meaningful at all.
Right, and so we're
So in our culture, yes, there were people who suffered in silence, like in our modern culture with gender. Yeah, there are there's examples of mafia, like
wow,
people.
Crag, that guy's really good.
He's really good. I think that's
Yeah,
the best
true.
player, actually.
I think there's there's one story of a mafia person. Like there's this one guy who is who they ran a mafia thing, and they insisted upon everyone below them to address them by a male name, and to use Mister despite being born a woman. You know. And so that was before we really had a concept of trans, where someone is saying, "No, I am Mr. blah 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 instead of Mrs. and you will do that, and you will dress me as such." And that was an example. I think that was like from the 30s, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Well,
you'd have to look it up. I can't remember the explicit details, but yeah, generally there have been people who suffered in silence as trans in our culture, not realizing it because it was not a thing that was pointed out, and they kind of had to suffer within the confines of our gender theory.
It's very difficult to take
Conceptualize?
Well, just take this lexicon of thought and apply it to like objective reality. Like I had something I was gonna say and I forgot what it was.
It's because we're very, because you gotta remember, we where are you from?
I
by
remember.
the way? Where are you? Where?
I'll say I'm from the South. I'm from Trump land. I'll say
Okay.
that.
Well, yeah. So, have you lived in the southern states for like most of your life, all of
My
your
entire life, yeah.
So your perspective has only ever been living in one area, one culture for your entire life. That is
Right.
all you know.
And
Your
I am the most
perception is completely based on
progressive
that.
motherfucker in this goddamn hellhole of a state.
But what I'm saying is that your perceptions are intrinsically narrow, and that
No.
What do you mean?
You're energetically
No,
aligned
that's
with
not.
this
Just
message.
because I'm born here doesn't mean my perceptions are
No,
narrow.
no. I'm not saying that. No, that's not what I'm saying.
On average, people have
you
narrow
misunderstand
perceptions
me.
here.
Let me clarify. I'm not saying that you being a Southerner makes you have a narrow perspective. I'm a Southerner. I live in bumfuck nowhere, Oklahoma, and I have since I was 4.
Oh my God, we live in the same state.
But what I'm saying is that due to this fact of being in one place and one culture for all our lives, we have only experienced that one culture, that one experience, that one perspective, and we are biased to not notice or think about other aspects of things that could be wildly different from what we understand. And so
Yeah, but both of us are denizens of the internet.
yeah,
Like-
our baseline's perceptions of reality, what feels like objective to reality to us, is biased by our own experiences and environment, and by our own culture, by our own society, by our peers, everything. That's what I'm saying. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
taking that
like you're.
lexicon of thought and applying it, like it does go against basically all of your intuitions, but those intuitions aren't based on objective reality per se. They're based on the culture and environment you've experienced all your life, and that's not a bad thing.
You're
I'm not
getting
saying
at you're okay. Yeah, you're getting at the general truism that we don't choose who we are.
Yeah.
Correct.
Right.
But like I guess my thesis is that there are some, I don't know, fucking, what am I might get Oh, there's a fly on my screen. Get the fuck off. Get away. Get away!
It's not like a bad thing to have good faith discussion about this where you're not already on the side of whatever we're preaching, you know?
I
like how you both live in the same state and we realize this. This is crazy.
We're
That is pretty
so what was my point?
Something about applying a lexicon of thought and something about objective reality.
Objective reality.
There is so little control that we have in our lives. Like it's staggering to realize, right?
Right. I completely agree.
And I think that there are, again, this is not me dismissing the existence of gender dysmorphia. It is absolutely a real thing. Like clinically, it's been proven. But I think that there's people given a certain subset of societal stimuli that begin to think that they're trans when they really are not.
Okay. How prevalent is this problem where you live? Or in the online communities that you're present, or in...
I mean, I don't know. I'm just coming up with a general observation. I'll give you one example.
Yeah, sure.
One anecdotal example that really has no bearing because it's only one person I know.
Okay.
There was a girl that I grew up with. She was in a house across the street, and she, you know, she played sports with the boys, and we just kind of treated her like another guy, right?
Yeah.
And we learned later that she was a lesbian, and none of us were surprised by that. Like that's cool, like whatever. And I learned like a year ago that he is now a trans man.
Okay.
And if you could like rewind space-time and maybe pluck some of those stimuli out, would he still be a trans man?
I mean, that is an interesting question.
Like if you could take that person's consciousness and implant it anywhere in history, like in the past or in the future,
or just in the current
what
time, in a
percentage of the time would they wind up being trans, or would they just be a lesbian?
Well, like, this is a life choice that somebody has made as a result of an internal, like, sequence of, like, unknowable identity factors. So, like, we talked about this on your stream, actually, where you were of the opinion that a person's sexuality is static and unchangeable, and I kind of agree with that. I want to mention that, like, I think that somebody's sexuality and that their desires are not something that they control, and not something that anyone else can honestly
I agree
really
with
control.
that, but I also I agree with that with the caveat that it's still malleable, just not controllable.
Yeah, there's definitely a changeable aspect to it. It's non-static, but it is not understandable why, nor is it like something that you can control with accuracy.
Yeah, there's very unfortunate Pandora's box that you can open up, right, regarding sexuality.
Yeah. But the topic that I want to get into is that this is one aspect of identity.
Oh no, I like feet.
Oh no, I like feet, exactly. The concept that I want to open up, though, is that this is just one aspect of identity, and gender identity is something that a lot of people don't have to think about, but some people do really have to think about it. A lot of the time it's just like, oh, I should do this, but you don't realize that that's as a result of your agreeing gender identity with how your social structures work. So, like, if that's not the case, then you've got this cognitive dissonance inside of you constantly. And, like, I think that there's a very real chance that this person may not have been a trans man if not exposed to, like, trans thought. But that's not because trans thought is a thought pollution. It's because, like, not knowing that that's a thing just causes you to accept it causes you to it causes you to accept that cognitive dissonance. You're the toad in the boiling pot. You're the thing that just sort of accepts these negative feelings as they come, and you're like, okay, well, I guess I just have to deal with this now.
Yeah, so it's like, I think in that case, they may not come out as trans, or they may decide they are trans, but I'm not sure that necessarily denotes whether or not they are intrinsically trans, if such a thing even existed.
Well, yeah, like, okay, so me bringing this up, just I want to put this out there. It has absolutely no bearing with how I interact with people that are trans.
Okay.
Like, I'll respect your pronouns so long as I'll respect your pronouns so long as they stay within the confines of he, she, they. I know maybe that's like old world, but I kind of refuse to say made up words.
I have not had any exposure to neo pronouns, and I've not really had much thought into them, and I'm conflicted, and I mostly just leave it at that. I don't know how to think about that.
I
I mean,
cool.
I think they're not needed. I think singular use they is fine. Also, just I'm not gonna fucking remember. I'm not gonna remember. Like,
Okay.
I don't know. And just another general rule that I follow, it's like if you don't know, they, I guess, is a good default.
I agree with that personally.
Well, like,
but again, I'm
you don't need to not know to be they, though.
Yeah.
Oh, right. You mean like
if I don't know.
you personally. I thought you meant like the person. Yeah, I honestly really like neopronouns. I think they're cool. But I don't know. I see your perspective, and I think that people with pronouns like that kind of see that perspective, and they worry about it. So you're not alone.
I know. I have the entire. I hate to say it, but I have the entire American
animals
right.
Be trans? So humans being animals is a positive example of that. But in other examples of different species, we've got bats, which have a very high rate of very like strange gender behavior, where one bat per like grouping or per litter will choose not to reproduce in any way, and they will instead choose to tend to the nest and like just help everything around that get on. This is
I've made the conscious choice to not reproduce, but that doesn't make me gender weird.
Yeah, that doesn't make you gender weird.
And if you wanted to answer the question without actually answering the meaning of the question, there are animals that change their sex depending on the environment.
Oh yeah, that too. There are actually like
Alex
cuttlefish.
Jones has entered chat.
Cuttlefish, frogs.
Clownfish.
Frogs
that actually change their gender depending, like not their gender, their sex, like their actual like reproduction capabilities depending on the needs of their society.
Now
there's
hold on.
plenty of
Cuttlefish change their
There's
gender.
plenty of mammals that exhibit homosexual behavior too, like giraffes. Like there's like what 60% of giraffes are fucking they exhibit homosexual behavior.
I don't know if I understand giraffes well enough to call it homosexual. Maybe they just think it's hot to have sex with other same-sex giraffes.
Yeah,
A hole's a hole.
Maybe they're just Greek.
They're just Greek. Okay, that one is a little bit more fucked up.
Wow, I fished Poochie out of chat by mentioning giraffes.
Yeah, okay. Nice.
Yeah, I know Greek homosexuality is kind of fucked up and stuff, but it is funny sometimes because there's the old joke that goes, the Greeks invented the threesome and the Romans added women.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Imagine being a woman.
No, I do want to rewind a little bit though. And how you were mentioning like trans stuff and and how you definitely believe that there's gender dysmorphia and stuff.
100%, yeah.
But have you considered that perhaps gender dysphoria is not the only thing that can make someone trans?
What else would make them trans? I'm not saying that derisively. Like I'm curious. Like,
there is a concept. Crag, feel free to step in over me since I'm not. Since I'm cis, if you feel like you're better at this point, but there is a concept called gender euphoria, where it's the opposite of dysphoria, wherein someone can feel a deep satisfaction.
It's like an integer array wrapping around on itself.
No, it's like it's when instead of feeling bad because you aren't you aren't connecting with a kind of gender that you identify with internally, but rather when it's a joyous sensation when you instead feel correctly lined up with what you feel inside. And so I feel like if someone who doesn't feel uncomfortable as a man but had a sense of euphoria from being a woman, I would consider them trans if they decided to decided to live as a woman. I would consider that just as valid.
Yeah. The rules are made up. That's my input. I think.
Okay, all right. So, but like, okay, like I'll agree to that. Like the rules are made up, and
become a gender abolitionist. Be based.
Well, no. I'm not going to do that. I think you can still, even though the rules are, even though the social constructs are made up, I think you can still divorce gender from personality.
Yeah, but
I feel like.
I think that's what gender abolition is. It is the destruction of gender roles. It is
that's not what gender abolition is. Like I feel like gender is definitely a thing. I just feel like there's personality quirks that are absolutely not baked into gender. They're just.
Well, gender is not an intrinsic concept.
Right.
So the thing is, gender abolition is not that like. It's just saying like a separation, a complete separation of expectations to sex. Like there's no expectations on how one would act or how would be or what things would like.
Right.
Or just any expectations of roles you would play in society.
But
like for instance.
Maybe I'm not a gender abolitionist because I think with gender. Given the surrounding aspects of gender, or like the communicative aspects of gender that exude outward into your social circle, there is a law of averages.
But it's also just we're all biased around what we're built around. We're all we're all product of our environment.
That law of averages is it's oppressive towards people.
Average?
It's oppressive towards people that don't follow gender norms.
What? But what's the average that you're talking about? What's the average?
Men are more masculine and women are more feminine on average. But there are feminine men and there's masculine women, etc.
But what does it mean to be masculine and what does it mean to be feminine? Those are made up terms. Those are terms that we defined arbitrarily. They're not scientifically based.
What? How would you define me?
Huh?
How would you define me on that scale?
I don't know. I don't know you well enough to make those judgments.
Based on everything you know about me.
But that's not really conducive. That's not really a question conducive to what I'm saying because you're asking me to rate you on the scale that I agree to. That like we've made it up. Like you're asking me to rate you on a scale that I consider to be arbitrary.
I don't know if we've made it up. I mean,
like I said before, there are like African cultures where a concept of gender is not relevant to society or communication or whatnot, or organization. Where, sure, biologically, women may be more women may more often have childbearing roles or like feeding children, taking care of it, sure, but it's not an expectation for women to do that, and it's not a different kind of idea. You know, there's like a gender role is something we expect someone to do because of the assignment we have given them that they didn't have much of a say in. That's what I'm saying. Gender abolition is not saying like femininity is something that can't gender abolition isn't saying that what we currently describe as femininity and masculinity can no longer exist. That's banned now. Don't do that. It's saying not applying those things as a blanket to people. So many people, if gender abolition happened, many people would not change their lives at all, and that's okay. That's completely okay.
Well, the majority of people would not.
Yeah, this is what you expect to happen.
Yeah, that's completely fine. But that also shows you gender as a concept.
You broke this player.
But what I'm saying.
You've created like a hacking supervillain. Just wait.
Sorry, but also realize what I have just said. I just said that if gender roles were abolished, for the majority of people, things would not change. They would not change things about themselves. They would still act the way they choose to act. That means that gender the gender roles are not a driving force for the way we act. They're
Well-
not an intrinsic thing that our society. They're something our society has acted upon. us.
I would say that they are in the defense that, like, if you removed every societal, like, dial that made people act either masculine or feminine despite what their true nature is, if you
Not about
removed
true
every
nature.
if you removed every single dial, not much would change.
Mhm.
Which would be like proof that there is intrinsic there is a intrinsic, like, spectrum of masculinity / femininity that plays on the law,
maybe.
that plays like a bimodal distribution between men and women.
Yeah, but a lot of the things it's just a lot of the choices that you make that are applied are arbitrary. Over time, for most people, wouldn't change today, but over time, people would be more like that. Distribution would not be as bimodal over time as the remnants of gender roles faded. You know, that bimodal distribution would flatten. Is what I'm saying. It would trend towards flattening, so more even distribution.
I mean, has there been any country that's run the experiment yet? Because, like,
Well, I mean, we have documentation of older cultures where gender roles were not an expected thing, and generally that was the case. Yeah, there wasn't really a distinction between what women did and what women were expected to do and what men were expected to do, and how they were expected to act or any such thing. Many Native American and maybe many indigenous people in Africa, Australia.
so like, okay,
Asia,
so like, given that those curves are flattened, that there's no societal influence on gender expression, like, there would be an equal number of, like, of male and female nurses and male and female engineers and male and
Generally,
female
yeah.
janitors.
generally,
Really?
yeah.
I would love to see that. That'd be great.
Yeah, there's no for instance, now this is only one aspect of the argument. Do not extrapolate on further opinions on the subject or the adjacent subject. But in Soviet countries, they had programs.
Are you a
that-
Soviet Union apologist?
No, I am not.
I'm just
That's
kidding.
why I'm saying do not extrapolate further. Do not.
Yo, the
extrapolate further
invasion of
points.
Crimea was really cool.
But in Soviet countries, they did have gender equal. They had programs to encourage women to get into the sciences and STEM fields and such. And in former Soviet countries, the rate of women, like women demand in STEM fields like medicine, engineering, and such, is equal. They're roughly equal amounts of men and women in former Soviet countries in STEM fields.
I don't know if like STEM field utilization
That's
has
just an
any.
example since you brought
I
it
don't
up.
know if it. I don't know if it has any bearing on this law of averages of like femininity and masculinity.
Yeah. Well,
Not
in
like
America and Western
100%.
countries.
We are underutilizing the female brain. There are brilliant fucking women that should be at the
And
top of STEM fields.
it's the expectation that women are work as nurses or stay at home or do none. Like that
Right.
is a
Dismantle
gender
all that.
expectation.
I like we're in agreement. Like dismantle all of
Yes,
that.
that is gender abolition. That is what I consider to be. That is what I understand gender abolition to be.
I would say that is it's just to be pedantic. I would say that that's gender role abolition or
yeah, but when you get deep enough into the theory, gender role and gender is kind of the same thing.
I disagree with that.
That's fine. I probably would have disagreed with that 2 years ago.
But yes, like we should not raise women in the expectation they should be a housewife. Absolutely not. Like they should do whatever they want. Like they should do whatever they want.
There should be full societal, like there should be no societal pressure to enact a certain way with your life due to the way, due to whether you are born with tits or a dick.
Yeah, like the science is done regarding like raw IQ, among or like just between
IQ is a whole
men
nother
and
thing.
women.
Yeah,
There-
IQ is
there's
a
just-
whole
there-
nother
there's-
fucking box.
Yeah, but there is no difference between men and women. Women may, as far as neuroplasticity, might even have a slight edge over men. So yeah,
I've heard that
like
before too.
we're again in there's like gender roles that are underutilizing
Yeah. So I think what's here is
intelligence of
I think what's happening is we're agreeing in spirit. It's just that my jargon is very off-putting to the idea I'm communicating.
yeah,
think so,
maybe
too.
it's yeah, we're arguing semantics at this point.
Yes.
Everyone
so
has pronouns that came with your fucking Xbox.
I pulled off that fucking Nintendo support label on my N64 and it said male, god damn it. I'll be right back. Oh fuck, I'm out of beer.
Oh, that's unfortunate. We'll have to end the stream. The podcast is gone. Oh,
I was
no.
I was actually gonna stream and I just don't want to. I don't want to anymore.
You ran out of alcohol, so you don't want to stream.
I bought enough to do this to be interesting, and then but it's like I didn't buy enough to black out.
But another aspect of gender roles, right, is the expectation of, for instance, looks or clothing. We generally expect women to wear what we describe as feminine clothes, like dresses and such, or have long hair. But in other societies and other cultures, for instance, Scotland is an example, where men were the ones who wear skirts because it was like or kilts as they called them. You know, that was and biologically speaking, skirts are more applicable to male anatomy than female anatomy. You know, pants are.
Why is that?
Because
The
there's
dick.
The dick. Generally, pants restrict the dick. Skirts do not. For women, there is
Well,
nothing to
skirts. You could say the same thing about the vagina.
Not really. What does like a? There's
No,
nothing
you gotta
to
let that shit breathe, man.
Well, yeah, but it's much less different. It's much different than.
Have
than
you
that.
never
Also-
let your dick breathe, like,
Yeah.
ever? Do you
but
know how
also-
good it feels?
This podcast is brought to you by MeUndies.
Yeah, but also skirts for everyone. But that's another thing of gender abolition, saying, hey, assigning clothing to people or assigning how they look to people is kind of silly and completely arbitrary. Why don't we stop doing that and let people dress however they want?
Yeah, like
And so if a dude wants to wear a skirt, who the fuck cares? That doesn't change anything about him.
yeah, there's like you could like again, yeah, these are social norms that we can absolutely deconstruct and maximize the number of people that can flourish if they don't deal with this kind of derision. Sure.
And if someone wants to continue wearing a shirt or not wearing pants instead of a skirt, that's completely fine. That's within this framework. It's just not tied to an expectation of their gender anymore. They can still make the free choice to do it. Doesn't change anything.
Oh, you said free choice. Are we gonna talk about free will now?
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Oh no.
Free will is dead, and I killed it myself.
We're all just deterministic witnesses of the universe. We don't have free will. Are you kidding me?
I don't know how I feel about determinism, but I think free will, as we generally understand it, generally does not really exist.
I would say that it's more plausible that we do not have like we absolutely don't have libertarian free will. Like that's nonsense.
I think choice exists. I think choice exists. I do not think choice is free. Choice is is indescribably linked to environment. But I think it does exist. It's just extremely influenced by environmental factors.
If quantum randomness, we don't know what kind of bearing it has on macroscopic systems, and if we can discern that it has no impact on macroscopic systems, your brain is a physically macroscopic system. If it has no bearing, then oh boy. If we would rewind time 1,000,000 times, you would do the same thing every time. If you were you, atom for atom.
I'd do it again.
You are in the same environment.
I would also do it again. I'd play Dark Souls 2 1,000,000 times because there's no fucking choice.
It depends. It depends on the environment. How you feeling about this convo, Crag?
It's nice.
Every time I come in here, I feel like I've like hijacked your stream. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's
I mean,
good.
this was just a podcast anyway.
This is a podcast. You didn't hijack
Yeah.
my stream. We've been talking about gender.
I don't-
I've been interjecting whenever I
just-
want to.
I just get drunk and I just talk.
I think my thing is, right, I'm cis, and I went through the process of going through gender questioning because I started having a lot of I started getting in a lot of exposure to trans people. I started having good friends who was trans. They invited me to another group where there were more trans people, and I got known more trans people. I got more exposed to and coincidentally at the same time I was also being exposed to trans philosophy on YouTube and such. And that kind of made me wonder about trans stuff. And now, even to this day, as you could probably tell, it's an issue that's deep and core to my heart because I have people who are very close to me who are trans, so I care about the issue. But when I was going through that, even though I determined, yeah, I'm guy, I'm cis, and all that. Even when going through that process, I learned more about myself and how I wanted to be, you know? And I think what I decided I want to be is close enough to what I would describe as male or man, he, him, whatever, that I'm comfortable staying this way, you know? I'm just not going to confine myself to other people's definition of masculinity. I will define it for myself and act the way I wish to. Kind of,
Nice.
so it's like, kind of like, so just kind of going like, yeah, gender abolition, but but for the sake of communication and ideas and like on being understood by people, since this society structure still exists, yeah, I'm male, he, him, you know, cis, whatnot. That's kind of my vibe.
Awuga, I think that's really badass that you were inspired to define what it means to be a man for yourself by that. And I feel like I went through a similar thing, like the way you were describing it, and I'm all for it too.
Yeah, if I had to describe it specifically, I would consider myself gender non-conforming, but cis.
I guess, yeah, it's something I don't think about, but if I were to like really, really, really take inventory of myself, I don't identify as anything, like as anything. I mean, I'm heterosexual, and I'm a man.
Bullshit. Be what you want.
But I'm saying that because I'm saying that because
Yeah.
I can't control it.
I know what I like.
And I'm relatively masculine.
That's valid.
But I don't apply any name tags to any of that. I'm just me.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
just
what it is. It's not so much being it's not so much applying, like searching for the tag you are. It's about finding what you are and then determining, okay, well this is the systems we have in place, the kind of societal understanding of communication between people, and just applying what I am to that, to what I feel comfortable with using, you know?
Would we be better off if we just had a catch-all, like, set of pronouns
Maybe. I
that
don't
was
know.
just like gender agnostic?
I don't
Yeah.
fucking know. Maybe. Depends. Depends on if that system is able to.
There are
distinguish
languages
between
that do
people
that,
enough.
right?
Yeah. I don't know about them. I haven't looked into that. I don't see
feel
why
like-
it'd be a problem.
I think it'd be better off.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like it's kind of like I determined the set of characteristics I want to embody the way I feel most comfortable, and I determined I looked at the list of characteristics that societally, collectively we understand as male, female, androgynous, whatever, and I thought, you know what I think of myself most fits in the male category that I'm already in. Even though it's different than what other people might decide, it's close enough to what I want to be that I feel comfortable with it.
Right, like I'm just, yeah.
It's like, if you haven't thought about it, then that's certainly a thing. But this is after like me being like, I've thought about this a year ago. I was going through like 2 weeks, or 2 or 3 weeks, like a couple months or something, where I was stressing about this, thinking about like doing a lot of like stressful introspection, right? Because it is a very strange question to ask yourself, what do I want to be void of all other influences? What do I value about myself that I want to exhibit in my life? You know? And then you have to deconstruct stuff that you have been told to do. You've been told the ideas that you have implanted in you, directly or indirectly, about how you should be, and you have to sift through that and figure out what you actually want.
I think I think with my personal journey, I've dispensed with all of that, and I've just realized that in the wake of like determinism, like you're just you, like you're a current in a river, and if you are lucky enough to have some kind of like moral awakening, then you will seek to reduce harm to others and harm to yourself. And outside of that, you're just kind of along for the ride, right? Like there's so much about you that you just don't you don't choose where you're born, you don't choose who your parents are, you don't choose what fucking era you're in. All of these things are a part of you.
Yeah. It's chaos theory is what it is. It's
Yeah, and you're kind of
there's
along for the ride.
There's there's an uncountable amount of factors that impact you, in varying different amounts, that lead you to believing you ways you are. If I had gone through a different environment, I would not have gone through, like if I was never exposed to trans people or trans ideas, I wouldn't have never come to that determination about myself, you know?
Yeah, like.
And what environmental factors led me to being there? And what environmental factors led to those, and so on and so forth. Everything goes back. It's all a cause effect, you know?
You live in Oklahoma, right?
Yeah.
I was born here.
I was born in Michigan.
Hell, so I'm just saying, like, there was a time, like before, you know, before I am who I am now.
Yeah.
Where I was just a canary of like ideology was not mine. Like just literally like NPC brain.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Boomer.
Yeah. I feel I don't know. Does everybody experience that? Because I don't know. I had kind of like a political awakening in my mid-20s that kind of shifted that, but like. There's people I know that don't. They've been saying the same shit, or they've been fighting on the same side of the fence forever.
Yeah, I do feel like a lot of people do go through the canary phase where what their opinions are generally informed by what they assume is the most societally accepted version of an argument around the topic. But I think that probably there's a lot of people that just don't grow out of that, rather than an excess of people who just like believe it and like believe in the logic behind it.
Talking about being in past ideologies, not really thinking about them.
I kind of missed a lot of what you said there. I really need to stop streaming. It's been like 4 hours. It's almost 2 a.m.
I said, are we talking about like past ideologies that we had, not really thinking about them? I used to be in kind of alt-right pipeline for a while. Like I used to actually be really transphobic.
Yeah.
Which, it's like, you know, shit happens. I thought I was on like the science side, despite not looking into a single goddamn thing about it.
I don't know if I was ever transphobic, but like when this like excess of SJW culture came out in like 2016, I kind of took like an anti-SJW stance.
Yeah.
Just because the excesses were just so blatant.
For me, it was the pipeline of atheism and then anti-SJW stuff.
Was it TJ?
Not TJ so much as I watched TJ a little bit, but the main person I watched was Armored Skeptic.
I see.
But like as I've gotten older, it's like well this SJW shit, it didn't come out of nowhere. Like there's, you know, there is social change that needs to happen, and it took cutting through the excesses of the SJW movement to like realize that.
I see.
A lot of it too is like a lot of the craziest things I've learned. Like, it surprises me every time. But a lot of the craziest shit, I can't think of any examples, and I feel bad about that, especially because so it sounds like I'm talking about my ass. But a lot of the craziest shit from SJWs was actually like pranks done by right-wing people to frame to like make SJWs look stupid.
I believe that.
Like a lot of the stuff was just memes that weren't actually true.
Yeah, most of my memories about that time period, I mean, I was in like high school, middle school maybe. The only memories that I have are people just like shitting on the concept of the SJW. I don't even remember looking at a single piece of like SJW argument. It just seemed totally like arbitrary that there was this group of dumb left-wing people that were just out to destroy my atheist worldview and my rational acceptance of the world. Like
A rational skeptic mind.
yeah,
but then like the outrage to the SJW shit became even more like egregious.
yeah, no,
Yeah.
it was way overblown, like super fucking overblown. Anita fucking Sarkeesian, do you remember that name? Do you know what she did?
It's ringing like a very faint bell in the back of my head.
Okay.
She was a women video games person.
Yeah.
Feminist Frequency.
Yeah.
Do you recognize the name Feminist Frequency?
Is that this is what I fucking hate about video games? Is that her?
No, that's a different girl. That was just some teenager on a React channel. That's
Okay.
it. That was just literally the Fine Brothers React video stuff.
Uh-huh.
That was just a teenager with a blog. That's it.
Oh.
She wasn't some influencer or anything. She was a teenager with a blog doing a React video. That's it.
Yeah.
She got over memed.
Yeah.
I would put her in the same category as Yukas.
Oh fuck.
But Anita Sarkeesian is the women and stereotypes in video games girl.
Oh.
Yeah.
She was Canadian looking, black hair, with long black hair.
Canadian looking me. Like, what does that mean?
She looks like a maple leaf.
Yeah.
She's got a face that's
Oh.
very reminiscent of a Tim Hortons.
Yeah, she just has Canadian vibe about her. I don't actually know if she's Canadian, but do you remember the quote like everything is sexist, everything is racist, and you have to point it all out? You remember that quote?
Kind of, I guess.
You see, that was actually a quote where she was on a conference and she was mocking the way you are when you first get into feminism,
Yeah.
Oh.
and then that was taken as her actual opinion.
That was one of the main criticisms of her taken by this like Gamergate movement. It was just this out of context, like overblown reaction to a thing.
If you watch her videos, like her actual videos, like the series that everyone's super uptight about, it's the most like non-offensive, like obvious bullshit.
Yeah, I think like
And like one of her quotes, let me see. I wonder if I can find it. But it's something about like, it's important to point out and recognize problematic aspects in the media we like, while still enjoying those pieces of media. Like that was one of her core theses of that show.
yeah,
She got ridiculous amounts of hate for it. Like,
yeah.
her literally the first episode and every episode after opens with her saying like, it's important to enjoy media while also being critical of problematic aspects of that media.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's God. This is why we still live in an era of like own the libs content creation.
Yeah.
Like people like Steven Crowder or
Yeah.
who's that other guy? Who's that other fucking tool bag?
You're probably thinking of what's his name? Fuck.
He's British. I don't remember what his fuck.
I
British
know
is
his
Sargon.
face, but I
Sargon.
have no idea. No,
Sargon?
it's not Sargon.
No, it's
Paul Joseph Watson.
Yes.
That's it. That's the guy. Yeah. What a what a fucking douchebag that guy.
Have you seen H Bomber Guy's Soy Boy videos?
No.
So you know how Paul Joseph Watson, his whole thing was about soy boys and shit, right?
Yeah.
The H Bomber Guy, he was like a leftist video producer and stuff, and he makes YouTube videos and such, and he examined the arguments about soy, and like showed how all the fucking ideas about soy shit is bullshit, but also that the very the super masculine man energizer supplements that Paul Joseph Watson was selling contain soy.
Yeah, like if you're gonna
I'll put that video in VC text.
if you want to have like a soy devoid diet, you literally have to stop eating everything. Like
Yeah.
almost like soy is in everything.
Yeah. This guy he makes good videos.
I can't ever do that because I'm a Cheez-It addict, and
Yeah,
and Cheez-Its have soy in them.
Oh, look at this thumbnail though in VC text. Fucking
Wow.
who said it in chat? Yeah, Little Cat said it best. Fucking Paul Joseph Watson with the dick sucking lips.
What
Oh
a
my God.
what a fucking tool, that guy.
Yeah.
Imagine my shock. The
Oh,
only
my
thing
God.
that I know about him is that he says that.
Yeah, but H Bomber Guy, he has a lot of good videos, especially recently. He did a recent one about how the anti-vaccine movement started.
Fuck!
I really recommend that one. He also has a few gaming videos, like stuff on Dark Souls 2 actually, but it's all PvE shit. He also has
This
one on
game is
Fallout Vegas.
PvE.
Yeah, I know, right?
What?
He also has he does a few media things like TV shows or video games and stuff, but he also does politics. One time he had a charity. He had a charity, trans rights charity, where he was playing the entirety of Donkey Kong 64 on one stream. Like trying to 100% speedrun it without knowing how to play the game, or without knowing the route rather. And he was he actually has an expo talk, and I really recommend that. But basically, a bunch of his other trans friends joined in and like helped commit the charity, and they even got fucking Andrea Ocasio-Cortez to come on stream and say trans rights and shit and talk about that stuff.
I don't understand the politisphere of Twitch. It's like it really I don't understand it at all.
Remember when Andrea Ocasio-Cortez went on a fucking Among Us stream?
I do remember that. It's just like what are we
This
doing?
guy joined and killed her the first game he was in.
But it's like,
It was amazing.
why would you go to Twitch for anything politically related?
There's a lot of
funny.
political streamers on Twitch actually.
It is like why, like you know like who's fucking I can't remember his name.
Also, AOC is a millennial. She did grow up playing video games.
No.
Like
No, you're right.
she even mentioned how like she played Donkey Kong 64 on the stream, if I remember correctly. She used to play that game as a kid.
I'm a millennial.
Yeah. So, but I think I'm a Zoomer.
I think you're a Zoomer too.
Gross.
Where's Signal? How old are you?
I was technically born during the Cold War.
Okay, how old are you though?
I was technically born during the Cold War.
I can't think of math off the top of my head. I'm bad at math. Just tell me your age range. You can
I'm
give me-
30.
Oh,
Okay,
I'm the streamer. I'm Crag. Hi. Welcome to my stream.
Yeah, this is a podcast and shit.
This is my podcast. Be sure to buy
The one speaking the least is the streamer.
Yeah, again, that's why I'm like maybe I should shut up for a while.
It's okay. I mean, like, my streams are usually me being quiet for a while and then saying something absurdly funny and then being quiet for another hour. Or saying, like, fuck really loud. Or, like,
Yeah.
making a pig squeal noise and then commenting
can-
on my pig squeal noise.
I can
But yes,
because like I
Signal.
have very low latency to your stream, so whenever I hear like I'm just like, oh, she's gonna get hit like
Yeah.
by something.
So Signal, to give you an idea of shit, to make you feel old, I was born in 2001 and I am 20 years old.
I'm gonna kill myself. You have no memory of 9/11.
I do not. No.
I'm going to fucking blow my brains
I
out.
was born, like I have to count the months. God damn it.
I was born in '92.
Hell yeah!
I was born 4 months.
True,
Before
my
9/11.
brother.
Bro.
Signal, did you hear me? I was born 4 months before 9/11.
Damn. Are you like? Is your like astrological sign contingent on 9/11?
What? I don't do astrology.
Pisces.
You don't do astrology, what?
I'm not a white woman.
I'm a Pisces, but
Whoa,
I'd rather be a
that's
killer
racist.
whale.
All right though.
I'm kidding. I mean,
Y'all know that song?
I take I like astrology really bothers me with like religion, because like it not only it implies like a framework to judge other people, and like they have no control over it. It's like fuck off.
I'm less bothered by people who believe in astrology, and I'm more bothered by companies who use astrology as.
And then they like, and then they do,
profit scheme.
you know, and then they like do shit and say that it's causal between their actions and their astrological sign. Like, oops, I ran over you. I'm such a Gemini.
Just assassinated Franz Ferdinand. Cancer things.
Cancer thing.
I love you. I love you all.
I think if I had, I think I'm a Taurus. Is that May? Is Taurus May?
I think,
I don't know.
yeah, I think it is. I'm
I
a
do
Scorpio.
not- I don't give a shit about the traits of Taurus has. I just do not care. I think
It's
one time in my psychology class in high school, we were writing an essay about astrology and stuff, and it was totally accepted that my argument was, this is all bullshit, it's a scam, and I hate it. And the teacher was like, yep, great, here's an A grade. It was pretty based.
you know,
What does base mean?
whoever
it's-
came up with astrology, like at
Based
least
means whatever the fuck you want it to mean.
yeah, like if you unflinchingly say a controversial opinion, then you're
Yeah.
based, I guess.
No, it basically, based is a word you use when you agree with something. That's it. That's the simple way to say it. You say something is based when you agree with it and think it's epic and cool.
Based
That's it.
is what you do once you finish the turkey and you need to put the gravy
Shut the
on
fuck
it.
up, Crag.
No,
God
no.
damn it, Craig.
You
the
don't
fuck
baste
up.
it?
But,
I don't want to eat.
Oh,
I don't want to
oh,
eat
I
turkey because
based
I don't
it.
want to get
I
tired.
fucking based that.
But it's also another way to put it. Based is the opposite of cringe. If you want it, if that helps at all.
Instead
Well,
of based
we're
and
all,
red
we're all
pilled,
cringe.
it's cringe and red pilled.
Cringe and red.
Based and bread pilled is what it is.
Ah, yeah, for the turkey dinner.
Craig, that player was so good.
That player was they were even with me, on par player skill.
Powerful. They
A
should join the
powerful
ELO
community.
spreadsheet.
I would really like that, actually.
I feel like there's two types of cringe. Why are you typing? You're in here. What are you doing?
Hi, little cat.
I didn't know if I was welcome or not. Hello.
What? Of course you're welcome. Interrupt me ad nauseum. I don't
Hold
care.
on, is that a
Oh,
British
okay.
person?
It is, yes.
Yeah, hey, who
I
won the
deserve
game
no
today,
rights.
huh?
I don't
Yeah.
fucking care. I wanted the other people.
I've got a
to win.
meme for you.
Is it come on England, score some fucking goals?
Come on, England. No, it's not that. Although that's a classic.
I love that one so
The only redeemable thing about British people is that they're not French people.
I'm gonna put this in general.
Yes.
There you
I
go.
don't think they're not French
Can you
people.
relate to that?
Let me fuck it.
Hold on.
What's this? Oh my god.
It's an unironic thing.
Oh!
Yeah, that's unironic. Domestic violence increases by like 40% if we fucking lose.
That's,
Oh, fucking
that's
hell.
pretty bad.
If I remember, no, it's 25. Domestic violence goes up 25%, while England is the World Cup, and 38% when they lose.
Yeah, yeah.
There's the titular video. That's the one.
The meme here is where is it? 1 second. like, if England wins, I guess I don't care, but like technically that's a win for me. But if Italy wins, that's a loss for all the fucking assholes that support England, which is also a win for me.
How's
You're right,
London
yeah.
doing, by the way? I saw
I don't care.
I saw videos of like London being absolutely trashed, like literal
God, yeah.
trashed across the entire floor, and that was before they even lost.
Oh yeah, it's like England has like some of the shittiest fans of sports and like tourists in the world. We're horrendous.
That come on, England. That's age restricted on YouTube.
Yeah, if you shit talk my country, I'm gonna agree with you because I hate it here.
I have been in like I grew up in like the heartland of like football America, and I don't fucking care about sports at
Yes,
all. I
look
do
at
not
this.
fucking give a shit. And I'm just like, I've actually developed quite the disdain for people that do.
Look
For
at this,
people that I go
look
to
at
my
this
water
Twitter link, by the
cooler
way.
at work and they're like, "Did you catch the game?" And I'm like, "Fuck you. No, I didn't. I played Dark Souls 2 instead, you fucking uncultured piece."
I like
Look at the Twitter video I posted in chat. You have to follow the link.
I like boxing and I like MMA, and that's about it. But that's mostly because that's shit I do. What's this Twitter video?
That guy's just an Assassin's Creed NPC.
Let me see here.
Yeah, like, okay, fighting sports are cool. I kind of like them, and I can, like, you know, if I go over to a friend's house and they do the pay-per-view shit and we watch the fights and we like bet on them, like, that's kind of fun.
What the fuck is this failure of a human in this Twitter video?
It's fucking coming home. If it doesn't come home, I will spit 15 grams of gear through one nostril. I will die of a heart attack from a fat cunt. Way!
He lifted up
It's
his
coming
shirt and I'm
home.
like, it made me feel good about my body.
Dude, growing up, that looks like a guy that I knew. It's crazy. He looks just like a guy that I knew growing up.
There's like, he looks like a default Dark Souls character.
Can somebody,
Like, I don't know what homeland it is, but it's one of them.
can you translate this? I don't understand it.
He's saying,
Okay, so
he's saying it's coming home. I'll shove something up my nose, and I'll
Gear,
die of a
cocaine.
heart attack because of my fat cunt. It's
Yeah.
coming home.
Cunt.
he,
A
yeah,
cunt must cunt.
he's he's saying he's going to do a shitload of cocaine if we don't win the World Cup and kill himself, basically, because he's fat, and it'll give him a heart attack.
Okay.
I hate that I can understand
I
how
mean,
his
Chris
his
Farley
works.
survived quite a bit of coke use. He'll be
Then he
fine.
fucking grabs this fucking snack off the shelf when he's leaving.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Fucking
that's
Craig.
that's shoplifting,
kinda-
and that's not cool.
I don't know.
Craig, guess how many throwing knives I have?
You probably have 69 throwing knives.
I
You're
like.
correct.
Nice.
Craig, I have to tell you something. I've been wanting to tell you this. At one time when I was doing cockchamp stuff, I think when I was first doing cockchamp stuff, I was making an account, right?
Yeah.
I had
You're doing
opened-
what?
Okay, I have an alt account named cockchamp616. That's it. Anyways, when I was setting
Okay.
up the Twitch account for that, I was in a private window, so it would log me out. And and normally I have better Twitch TV that disables the automatic Twitch playing video at the homepage. And so, but I forgot that because it was in a private tab. And so later on, you played some Russian hard bass, and it was combined with an ASMR girl reading donations, and I thought that was part of the song. I thought it was just a Russian hard bass song over a woman reading Twitch donations. And honestly, it worked. It kind of worked. I thought that's what the lyrics of the song were. It was just a Russian hard bass with Twitch woman reading donations.
That's actually wonderful.
I remember that. That was good.
Listen, I'm gonna go ahead and apologize for like the last couple times I've hopped in here being like drunk off my
Alright.
tits.
That's the end of the stream,
Oh,
everybody.
nice parody.
And also for being British.
Some crimes can never be forgiven.
I know, right? Straight
Thank
to the
you.
fucking gulag.
For coming to my stream.
Sorry.
Lemonade 9
Nice parry, Crag.
I
Like,
tuned
good
back
luck,
into
Craig.
stream and what?
Crowd, do you want to mod me on your channel, by the way?
Do you
That
want to
was
be
a
modded?
fucking sick
Are
parry.
you
sure.
asking?
Yeah.
Never mod Awuga.
What?
Because like if you ask for mod, you've just signed a death sentence
Alright.
to you ever getting mod.
No,
Right?
You're modded.
Oh.
Cool.
I have
Wow.
added
Well, fine. Wow.
CockChamp616 as a
It's not like I'm
moderator of
jealous
this
or
channel.
anything.
Hell yeah.
Well,
You know, that's not what
do
I
you
wanted.
want to be modded? What is?
No, I'm actually down with that. If you wanna, you can mod my main account too. But honestly, I'm satisfied with just having CockChamp as a mod. That's perfect.
Yeah.
Cock.
Now that I know that I'm protected, I feel much safer.
All right, good.
All right.
Protected from the British.
They're gonna invade.
CockChamp is very anti-British.
Rip.
As he should be.
Don't let
Alright.
him know you're British or he'll time you out.
Don't
I'm
let
also
him
a mod.
know. Little Cat is a mod. That is true.
You
I'm
can
getting more
circumvent
CockChamp's
your
channel.
Britishness by seasoning your food.
I do. I toast my peppercorns before I put them on my. Before I
I'm
crack
gonna
them
jump
on
out
my
my
food.
window.
Although